Good morning and welcome to our Day 3 coverage on the Potomac River, presented by Costa Sunglasses. This is our final event of the 2017 FLW Tour. And everyone, you've just tuned in to FLW Live. I'm Travis Moran, alongside another familiar face now, Rob Newell, longtime contributor to FLW Bass Magazine and FLWFishing.com. Rob has a ton of insight, has been to these lakes a million times, knows all these anglers for years and years. So, Rob, really appreciate you coming in here and offering some of your insight.
Hey, Travis, it's good to be back. You know, I'm here for some redemption. Last time I sat in this seat, it was Beaver Lake. It was high and muddy. I think in 4 hours of us being together, 2 fish were caught. That wasn't a very warm welcome by those bass, you know, so I kind of felt like I was snubbed. We're on the Potomac River now. Conditions are prime, perfect, and they are snapping out there. They're already catching them this morning.
Absolutely. For you guys just tuning in, it's been an interesting morning. We already have fish catches. This is promising to be some fun live coverage. Like always, we're going to be out on the water with our top 5 anglers to start the day. We've got cameras on there. All the cameras are up and working, and we've seen quite a few fish catches, some lead changes already that we're going to get you guys caught up with in just a minute. But for any of you guys watching at home, make sure you're using the hashtags FLW Fishing and FLW Live to show us what you guys are doing and also who you're rooting for out there. I know you guys are tuning in, supporting some of your favorite anglers, and let us know who that is, either by Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. But Rob, we got some key strategies going on here. It's going to be a fun tournament. You know, this river lays out, you know, we've got tidal water, we've got some different creeks that are going to play a main part in the strategies of these anglers. And so let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, the Potomac River has such a rich history of fishing here. I mean, if you look at the names that have won here in the past, the Guido Hibdons, Jay Yellises, Denny Browers, the list is so long, and it's a phenomenal fishery. The thing that's a little weird about it is it's always kind of a community hole-driven place. The tours have been here so long, so many times, and they've all figured out where those fish go, and we end up with a river here that is in the Potomac section here. You start up there around Broad Creek. You work your way down Piscataway. There's a big Belmont Bay is always a good place. Mattawoman Creek, of course, is where they're putting in at. Just below that, you have a little creek called Chickamuxon, and there's a big party going on in there this morning as well. Now, we haven't seen much action in the Aquia, Nanjemoy area, but that's kind of the southern limits of where bass fishing is done on the Potomac. Beyond Nanjemoy and Port Tobacco down there, you kind of get in salt water, and it's real fragile. So, so far, this tournament is really being dominated from the Broad Creek area up there. There's been a lot of fish catches there. Piscataway Creek, which is right below Broad, that Greenway Flats area. Of course, Belmont Bay, there's a party going on in there this morning as well. We have 3 or 4 boats in there. Some guys started in Mattawoman on trying to get some release fish this morning, and then went down to Chickamuxon. So those are always the key players. We come here year after year after year, time after time. These are the key areas that these tournaments are won on.
Absolutely. And then when talking about tidal water, this can really throw a lot of anglers through a loop to a certain degree. And you know, you got 2 kind of keys of thought. Some chase the tides, okay? Some are trying to find that bite window and keep moving. And then some guys sit in one spot and really, they know it's a productive area, and they just try to figure those fish out throughout the day and make little adjustments, but they know those fish are there, and it's all about reconnecting with them.
Yeah, the river's been so good for the last couple of years. These guys, the areas, they haven't had to chase much time. In years past, when the river's been a little tougher, you hear about chasing tides up and down the river. But this time around, these guys have been able to just get in these grass beds, sit all day long through both tides, the high and the low. We've had a high every day about noon, 1 o'clock, and early in the morning you have incoming water. And so you want to just, these guys, like you just saw Tom Monsour, Dudley, they've gotten in their key areas, and they fish some portion of their key area on a high tide in the higher water, and then when the water falls out, they move to another, not far. You know, they're staying in the general area, but they have high water spots and low water spots.
And now here's a good example of these grass mats they're fishing, and you can get it.
Yep.
You can really get a site. You've got a nice little edge to that.
Yeah.
And it's all about these anglers. They know these fish are these grass beds, but then it's about figuring out those little nuances, the little spot within the spot. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that today and tomorrow because now we don't have as many anglers. We've cut down our field to our top 20. Tomorrow we're going to go to our top 10. And these guys are going to be able to explore these community holes that we've been talking about a little bit more. They don't have to lock on and guard a spot as much. They can branch out a little bit and figure out some more productive areas within the area they've been fishing.
Yeah, let's look at Chris Johnston on one of those typical tidal grass flats right there. You can see the little pockets and holes, the edges in the grass, and he's already caught him a few this morning as well.
Yeah, we've really had some changes in the leaderboard. It's the low tide has moved each day, right? So it's a difference. It's about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour difference every morning. So yesterday, the low tide was actually before the blast off, but today it was actually right after blast off. Correct. So a lot of these anglers that they knew where they needed to be on that low tide right when that water starts moving again. And we're going to see, they were hoping to get a longer bite window. And we've already seen a lot of anglers catch some fish here. Monsour already was at 14-pound limits unofficially today. Really getting the right start he needed. I mean, that's exactly what he needed to do. But one guy, Brandon McMillan, had 20 pounds yesterday, only had about 10 or 11 day one. So you really wanted to see, okay, has he figured something out, or did he really just, get lucky the second day? But with nearly 15 pounds already first thing in the morning, I think he might be onto something right now.
Yeah, he rocketed out of nowhere yesterday. Had the biggest limit of the tournament so far, 20 and change. That was a big discussion. How many limits would we see over 20? And had some 18s the first day, a couple of 19s. But yesterday, here comes Brandon into the top 20 in 15th place. And now already this morning he's moved up. He's got one spot down there just below Mattawoman that he is working on him.
Yep. And then, we've seen a lot of guys move up. Cody Meyer was down in that, he started the morning, in the bottom 10, and now he's already jumped up with the nice limits, to that 7th place spot. Dudley, a little slower, only has 3 fish in the live well right now, but we're going to be going live to him in just a minute here. So it'll be fun watching him figure some things out on the live coverage. And then, obviously, there's your top 10. That's the spots you want to be in at the end of today.
Yeah.
You want to fish yourself into a 4th day here to end out the season. But once again, there's this being the last event, these guys all got a lot of points. This was such a big deal that you finish out the season right, extend your season to get to go to the actual Forest Wood Cup. So we're going to be going to David Dudley here, and there he is. This is our first look at some live coverage right now.
Yeah. I think David didn't go very far first thing this morning. He told me last night that he pretty much planned to drop the trolling motor right there in the creek and see if he could get a fast start out of the gates with some release fish.
It is, I don't know, whatever, 8:30, and that's my 100th back glass today, so you'll get to see all that live too. But it's 8:30, and my choice this morning was to not even go anywhere where I'd caught a fish, because my bite hadn't even been getting cranked up until the higher tide. The higher tide this week has been better, no doubt. It's been a better tide for me. So right now I'm just basically killing time. I decided to start in a different area this morning, and just I hadn't been catching much in the morning, and I've actually managed to catch 4 this morning so far, and I've caught 4 on 4 different baits. So as you can tell, I'm kind of searching for, something solid. Right now I caught 1 on a crankbait, 1 on a jig, 1 flipping, 1 on a swim bait. And I've got 4, but out of the 4 ain't none of them. Well, one of them's like 2 3/4 maybe. One of them might be weigh-in material, but the other 3, you know, hopefully by the end of the day, they ain't gonna make the cut. At least that's my plan. And if I can, you know, come up, Potomac's loaded full of these 3-pounders, that's for darn sure. Like yesterday, I didn't get as many bites, but there's so many 3-pounders in here, you can still manage to come away with a decent bag, even without catching a ton of fish. This river's got so much grass in it this year. Tons. Tons of grass in it this year. Which has done a couple things. It's really spread them out, but there's still the community areas that everybody knows about on this river. They're still holding them. Some of the hard cover this year has been a non-player because there's so much grass this year. You know, I got little isolated rock and a little log here and little stuff that, little sneaky holes that I've been able to, in years past, go to. But right now, they are non-existent on that kind of stuff. So actually my sneaky stuff hasn't been that good this year at this tournament. Just for the simple fact it's been so much grass this year, so they haven't had to go to any hard cover. Yesterday, I bet you out of my 14, it is a funny stat for you, out of my 14 weigh-in fish, I bet you 7 of the 14 have come on different lures. That's kind of crazy. I can only think of a couple lures that have caught multiple of my weigh-in fish. It's like, one on this, one on that.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, gosh darn it. Man, as soon as I started to reel it up, one just V-lined it right there. Come on. Come on. I mean, he wanted it. As soon as I started to reel it in, he V-lined it.
What's very obvious is how slow these guys are fishing as well. The top guys have figured out it's really about finding that area, slowing way down, and having confidence in each cast that you're in the right spot.
Dudley already mentioned something this morning that is so key here, and that's timing. Gosh, timing. It's more so here on these tidal waters than in other places. And he said the bite, where he's been fishing doesn't even get going till 11, 12, later in the day on a higher tide. And he's just fishing. He needs to find some place to, you know, kill time, maybe get a few bonus keepers before he goes to his good stuff. And that's part of the game here, is just always managing your time to maximize your opportunities. And I guess he figured, this morning I got to kill some time. I'm going to do it right here in the creek. And that parlays into to your point, it parlays into fishing slow, because if Dudley gets a nice little limit in the box early, when he does go to his key stuff a little bit later, where he's not getting as many bites, he will be in the right frame of mind. He'll be able to slow down and really needle that stuff. But you're right, Travis. A lot of guys I talked to this week said slow was the key. If you're flipping grass, don't just flip it in there, hop it once or twice, and go, you know, reel it up and, you know, a normal flipping rhythm. Pitch it in there, leave it. I know that was one of what Clark Winlet led on the first day with 19 and change. And he was in the Chickamuxon area, and he said one of the big keys to there was 20 or 25 boats that started with him in there. And he comes out with 19 pounds. How do you do that? And he said a lot of it was just slowing down and you know, just leaving it in there a lot longer. And he said it's so hard to do because there's so much grass in the river, as Dudley was talking about. You just feel like you need to keep moving and covering water and moving it. It's hard to.
Potomac is that, you know, typically you can. This place has so many fish that you can get in an area, like you see me repeating back on this area. You know, you may not catch one or two on the pass back up through, but it was funny yesterday. So we're going down this grass line, and you know, I was just about to go, went up and down, caught one 3.5, just about to go. My partner catches a couple little ones, and so then I want to give it a couple more minutes, and I just went down like a 75-yard stretch, and then I turn back around, something in my gut just says, just turn around and fish a little bit more. And these stinking tidal fish, they're crazy. They're like insane, really. I turn back around, and within the next 25 yards where I just got through fishing, we catch a double, another one, and I end up catching another 3 and another 2 3/4, right where I just got ready to go, you know, pass through. And I don't have a clue what makes him just be like, yep, I want to bite right now. No. Now, if it would have been, you know, 2 minutes ago, I didn't want it, but now that you come back, okay, I'm hungry now. And you ain't talking but a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, turning around, going back down the same stretch. That's when I wish I had underwater cameras, just seeing, were you in there before? You know, were you in there in that grass when I came by the first time, or did you come from the outside and swim in, a group of them, and be like, all right, let's go eat, boys? And I happened to turn back around when they were swimming in that area. That's why fishing just never ceases to amaze me. Every time you think you're like, yeah, I got it figured out. Shoot, man, I'm good. Watch this. And then you go to the area, think you got the tide right, the lure right. Like this morning, I've been trying to find a lure that I could dedicate myself to, and I ain't been able to do that. I've caught them on 4 different weigh-in fish, or 4 fish on 4 different lures right now. Dumb suckers. Pretty much a bass's diet. Think about this. A bass's diet is crawdad shad, crawdad shad, crawdad shad, crawdad shad. That's like us going, I want a hamburger hot dog, hamburger hot dog, hamburger hot dog. And I think they see our lures sometimes, just like we'll see something different and we're like, man, I'm sick and tired of hamburgers and hot dogs, and they'll give it a try. I mean, all they eat is shad, crawdad, shad, crawdad. That'd get kind of boring after a while. Then all of a sudden here comes a pink bubblegum float worm, and they're like, oh, look at that. I wonder what that tastes like. I bet that's good. And then they bite it, knowing we ain't ever seen a pink night crawler wacky worming through the water. I've always said curiosity kills the cat, right? We've heard that 100 times. Well, I always say curiosity caught the fish. I think most of the time fish bite, it's just out of curiosity. Think about what we've done growing up. You see a cucumber, be like, yeah, I don't know, I wonder what that tastes like. That's like somebody throwing a brush hog down there. Huh, wonder what that tastes like. They all get curious. And it's funny, we'll get the most realistic looking lures that look just like a shad. Like almost you could fillet it and eat it right there. And you'll throw that sometimes and never get a bite. And then pick up the dumbest looking lure ever and they bite it. I think the more real, think about this, the more realistic it looks. I mean, if you've ate that same looking thing your whole life and you know you can go eat that same looking thing anytime you want, you're not gonna really eat it. But if you've never seen something before and put something out there in front of you, then you're thinking, you're like, ooh, look at that. I wonder what that tastes like. Which goes back to my theory, curiosity caught the fish. That's like, it's almost like putting, we all dyed our tails chartreuse. If you've ate a plain hamburger your whole life, right? And then all of a sudden you add mustard to your hamburger. Ooh, that's so good. That looks good. I'm gonna eat that. That's like us dipping the tails of a lizard, chartreuse or a crawdad, chartreuse and his pinchers. That's like adding mustard to a crawdad. And we think in our head, oh yeah, that made them bite it even better. When knowing that it's something that looks different. They've eaten crawdads their whole life and you put chartreuse pinchers on it. Be like, yeah, I'll take that crawdad with mustard. I had one with ketchup yesterday. He had red all over him. I don't want that one. So right about now is when I'm fighting in my head. I think it's, I'd have to look at the tide chart, but it just switched here, so we get ready to make a move and go to an area that I've been catching them at. And I think there's this one area that's got too much, when the current's rolling, it's too much current on it. They're sitting in it and I can't get them to trigger. But when you get towards a slack tide and a slow moving, them things will fire up right there. It's just understanding current. You know, current is always gonna make them bite, but then you gotta study the current. All right, well, how fast of a current do I need? About pulled the trigger right there. If that would have wiggled, would have been some bad news. I know, Rob, you're liking that mustard analogy. I can hear you giggling in the studio right now, you and Travis. That darn Dudley's talking about hamburgers and mustard and ketchup and crawdads and putting mustard on darn crawdads. He's crazy. Yeah, you're laughing. I know you are.
There's no doubt, Dudley. There's no doubt about it.
See, look, this is bubble gum. Now, who has ever seen a bubblegum critter swimming through the water, right? Well, let's make a move. Yeah, about a 10-minute run.
David Dudley, you've certainly made me hungry here. Not sure the fish are eating heavy, but let's go over to Tom Monsour and let's see if he's throwing a hamburger or a hot dog right now.
Does it have mustard or ketchup on it? That's one of the bonus rounds you're going to get with the next couple days with Dudley is words of wisdom.
Yes.
His philosophies I could sit and listen to all day long.
What's good, he breaks down real life analogies, helps you really understand what these fish are up to down there.
He's a 1 in a billion. They broke the mold when they made Dudley. He is...
And with over $3.5 million of career earnings with the FLW, you can't really argue what he's saying out there. You just got to take out a notepad and write it down and see if you can follow along.
Every time you go to take issue with one of his statements, you kind of say, you know what, he might actually know what he's talking about. He definitely has some crazy thoughts up in that head, but it's very entertaining. That's what fishermen, what I love about Dudley there is that's what fishermen are doing on the water all the time. They're thinking about that kind of stuff. They want this, or why did they want that? You know, why 2 minutes ago did they not bite and now they're biting? And, you know, even Dudley with the bite windows, he said, I don't know why, but there are bite windows and they start biting here. Is it tide? Was there a bunch of shad that swam through here? You know, was there mustard suddenly on the hamburger? And that's what I love about Dudley is he verbalizes that because that's what we're all thinking when we're out there on the water.
Well, it ain't the best, but we got a limit. It's not a great limit, but you got to start somewhere. Every day I've been coming here and starting the day off with a small limit, 15 pounds or less. Today we probably got about 12, maybe. We're gonna see if we can get maybe one more nice one. I got 2 decent ones. If we could get 2 or 3 decent ones here, and then we'll go where I can catch some bigger ones maybe. I don't know why I come here, but at least I get a limit. And then we can go look for a big one after that, and you don't have to have any pressure, because at least you got a limit. The biggest one came on a swimming jig with a black and blue with a flapping hog on it. And now we're just trying to swim Cinco for a little bit. I actually picked it up this morning. It had a little flurry first time I threw it. But they just aren't the big ones yet. That's 9 o'clock. We got 6 hours to get 3 big ones. 4 big ones.
So you're talking about.
I tell you, ripping these lures through this grass, your fingers get sore. I got Band-Aids on all my fingers where I hang onto the rod here, just because it's so, when you're ripping it and ripping it and ripping it every cast, it just gets, you get blisters. And I think I'm really lucky. I got some new Lou rods this year that got wind grips on them. They're so nice, it's unbelievable. They're soft and they save your hands. And they grip good when they get wet. I didn't appreciate them till I got here. But the fish are all in this thick weeds, these little patches of weeds like this. So you gotta fish in the weeds to get bit. And then if you do that for 6 days in a row, you're going to have some sore hands. But if you're catching fish, you don't care. Unless we get a big bite here real quick, we're going to get out of here and go to the area where I usually get a couple 4-pounders. Because without 4-pounders, you don't move on.
Let's Move over to a replay. This is one of Tom's bigger fish. Earlier this morning, he alluded to catching. He has a couple good ones in the live well, and this is one of them here.
Yeah, the irony here is, to me, the irony is we just came from the Mississippi River, where that's Monsour's home water. He didn't do too well there. Brian Schmidt, who's the stud at Potomac, won that tournament, and now Monsour's come to his backyard, and it come to Schmidt's backyard and is leading the tournament. The irony of that, it's not really irony, it's that they're both rivers, they're both got grass, northern strain largemouth, and Schmidt and Monsour, that is their wheelhouse.
Nice. And today they're looking up instead of looking down.
You can just see these. Tom, in his mind, to some degree, is on the Mississippi River right now.
It'll be fun to see at the next spot if they hit that swim single. 5-inch Tennessee shad. I heard guys were getting them on it. I just been doing so good on my jig that I kind of been sticking with that.
So far, things are going just like Tom scripted them too. He's got this one area that he's able to catch his limit every day, and then take a little pressure off himself. And right now, you know, I think he's being modest about the limit he has, because what we're showing from his Marshall is that he's got a little over 14 pounds right now. And this early in the day, before he's gone to his big fish water, that takes a whole lot of pressure, because now it's every big fish he catches is moving him way up or solidifying that lead he has right there. And so really doing a good job removing that pressure, because with that bullseye, when you're the #1 spot going into a day, you definitely feel a different pressure than the rest of the field feels on you.
Usually I use 10 or 12 swimming a jig, but in this stuff, you get a good one on, you need to have some stronger line. Actually feels pretty good having stronger line. When you get one, you know your line ain't gonna break, that's for sure. Now I'll break my line just because I said that. I haven't broke my line since I've been here.
Monsour, a 14-year FLW Tour veteran, but is yet to get his first tour win. So this could be something really cool, witnessing a first for him, for definitely a guy that's put his time in, for sure.
Yep, he's looking for grass that's similar to what he fishes on the Mississippi, more that kind of it's not complete thick matted stuff. It's open, it's gappy, especially the more the tide comes in, the more it comes up, it pulls that grass up, puts more space between it, puts more water over the fish's head, and swimming that jig through those open holes and just the gaps.
Got some really neat new reels too with these wind grips that are really easy to hang on to. I wasn't sure if I was going to like them when they first came out with them. Luz came out with them. They've been using wraps on the rods with them for a few years now. And now they came out with the reel handles and the rod handles, and boy, they're nice.
He's fishing out there on the main river.
And your hand doesn't slide off them when they get wet either. And you're always wet fishing these weeds because you get that black slime on your hook every cast. You got to pick it off every cast because the fish don't like it. So your hands are always wet. Every cast. Black slime. Pretty shallow in here. It's probably only 3 feet deep. So I'm making really long casts. Most guys are just pitching into these clumps. And I'm making long casts and lots of them big fish that when I catch a big one, it's usually way out at the end of the cast. I think that they get used to boats being around. And that little bit of distance I'm giving them helps fool them. They don't know I'm there. I think that really helps get some bites, because boy, when you throw out at the end of the cast, bang, they'll hit it right away first as soon as it hits bottom, the biggest ones. And then you got to fight on your hands, and that's fun. Well, we got one.
And there's the swim jig at work.
Short and stocky.
Power pulling down. We're going to be seeing a lot of that today.
Mm-hmm. You can already, Tom talking about the long cast.
Boy, did he get hooked. Wow.
All of these guys are going to talk about.
He should have had a 5-pounder. He wasn't going to get away.
Ways that
I
they're.
make my own jigs with really good Gamakatsu and Sugoi hooks and Daiichi hooks. Boy, when you get them, you get them. I don't think he's going to help. Probably close to 2 pounds.
Every one of these guys will have some kind of cracky technique for getting around the fishing pressure. That's what you're going to hear a lot about. What they did the last couple of days to outfish the other guys, whether it's a slower presentation, a different bait, a little spot within the general area that nobody else found, a longer cast, a different retrieve. They all have a way that they are kind of, in their mind at least, is better than the way everybody else was fishing. And that's all that counts. It might not really make a difference to the fish that it's a long cast, but in Tom's mind, it does. And when you get that confidence going and you think this is the reason why, as long as it matters to you in your head, that's where confidence comes from.
Absolutely, absolutely. When there's that much fishing pressure and everything, everyone has to know why they think their presentation is better than the rest of the 20, 30 guys that they can see all fishing that same area. So
that's correct. Fishing pressure is a big thing here. These guys have survived 2 days of fishing pressure. They're down to 20 now, but they had to get here fishing through a lot of crowd, and some of the techniques that they use pretty interesting.
Absolutely. And this is, we came up on our first break very quickly. This is a perfect time to take it because we're entering a different part of the morning. We have our guys, they're getting their limits, and they're all talking about now they've got to go to their main water. They've got to set up and be ready when that big fish window turns on. They're going to be getting some. So we are sure to see a lot more action, maybe even get some more shout outs from Dudley and some of the other anglers here in the studio. We'll see, and we'll definitely be seeing our other anglers that we have cameras on after the break. So do not go anywhere. It's the annual trip to Beaver Lake, and for some of the best anglers in the country, the weather has transformed this lake, and more rain is coming.
It came up 3 or 4 feet last night.
There was fences in the water, docks underwater. It's changing minute by minute.
Who will ride out the storm and figure out the bass?
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole nother level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Out of office?
Oh, man. Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the line.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working. I am working.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech. The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Everyone, to our live coverage here of Day 3 on the Potomac River for our last event of the 2017 tour. Rob, we've seen some action so far. We've had some great insight on the water from Dudley and Monsour. Really playing out. There's a lot of different things going on that these anglers, they're going to their first spot, getting their limits, getting their confidence going, and now we're seeing them wanting to reposition. That tide is starting to come back up. Yeah. These anglers are repositioning to their better water where they think they have a better chance of catching bigger fish, and they're going to try to be there for that window.
Yeah, they've gone to their time-killing places this morning to get their limit, their calm down limit. Now as the tide comes in, they can go to those places and really focus and pull down and needle the places that they really want to fish.
Absolutely. Now it becomes all about strategy, Rob. So let's bring us right into the General Tire roadmap to victory and break us down. What are the keys to success here?
All right. First thing is having something to yourself. It can be an area. It's hard to find on the Potomac, somebody that has a whole area to themselves. But it can be anything to yourself. It can be a little technique you've figured out, a bait you've figured out. Monsour, they're talking about a long cast. If he feels like he has that to himself, that it can really be anything, whether it be cadence, pace, an area, something that you feel you have to yourself away from everybody else. Second is tidal timing, and we talk about that. Some people think that means running the tides up and down the river. That's certainly a strategy here at the Potomac at times. However, this time around, tidal timing has more to do with getting in your area and knowing when the tide window is going to kind of trigger that bite, whether it be on the higher end of the tide or the lower end of the tide. You want to be in your area. Every area these guys are fishing has kind of water that's better on a high tide, and then, you know, several hundred yards over, water that's better on a low tide. So getting that tidal timing down, and finally lure rotation. That is just, you know, on high tide, certain baits work better. High tide, more of the chatter bait, more of the swim and jig, and then because you have more water up above the fish and more water to work with, and then when low tide comes around, they get more skittish. You need something a little bit more finessey. So kind of getting that lure rotation in sync with your tidal timing and having a little something to yourself. There you go.
Yeah, that lure rotation, that's a big deal. We heard Dudley talking about that. He said he wants to figure out what lure they want, that he can just put all the other rods away and just hammer down on one. But he's not quick to go to that, because he said he keeps throwing different stuff. He's not going to get locked onto something unless the fish tell him that that's what they want today.
Because the water is always changing. It's never stable out there. It's coming up, it's moving, everything's moving around. As the tide changes, the water dirties up a little bit. As it comes out, it cleans up a little bit. It's hard to take one lure here and go to town. Tom Monsour said he did real good with a swim jig to this point. Picks up a little swim bait this morning for the first time. Gets that going. So you can see, you know, they're always feeling around.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that rings true with all these top 20. All the anglers that I spoke to last night, they all have echoed that they have a lot of different lures. When things slow down, they move a little bit, they switch up lures, and they want to keep those fish honest, because they know they're in areas where there are a lot of fish. But with that tide, the personalities change these fish, different fish move up and down. They've got to keep switching up that presentation and giving those fish what they want.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything out of the ordinary so far in terms of the guys I've talked to about lures. A lot of the Potomac standards, the chatterbaits, the swim baits, Cincos, some guys throwing a weightless fluke, you know, pitching the grass with weighted Cincos, just pretty normal stuff. I always have an eye out for something that's like, whoa, that's different. Now, Dudley is holding up that pink worm. I don't know if he's caught anything on that. I don't know if that's his mustard ketchup game he's got going on, but you know, you can see Burley here.
Yep, here's our first live look at Bob Burley, who started the morning in second place.
I think he switched from one Cinco type bait to another, probably just switching up weights and stuff there.
Yeah. I've been fishing this spot right here the first day I came here right away. I sat all day long. I'm fishing a Cinco slow out here. There's something special about this place. I think they spawn out here. The water's about 4.5 or 5 foot deep when it's high tide, and about 2.5 when it's low tide. So I think they spawn here so they don't lose that water. They've still got 2.5 feet of water. But I caught some fish that were red-tailed, but they had big bellies, so that's what makes me believe that's what's going on out here. But now, this is the third day. Yesterday it was a lot slower than the first day. The first day I caught too many fish, trying not to catch them. The sun was out, everything was biting better, but yesterday and today, the sun hasn't been out, and it's really been tough. I had some bites yesterday. Today I haven't had one bite here. I've caught 3 little fish, and I had to just go somewhere off to the side, get in a little bit more grass, a little different type of grass. And they're just barely keepers. There's nothing I need. I haven't caught anything I need today. But I'm gonna keep my head up because the tide's coming in, and I've got an area over here I'm gonna go to. I think I can get a limit of 3-pounders. Right now I'm just trying to get bit so I can settle the nerves a little bit. It's just not happening.
And rumor has it, I haven't had this confirmed, but we might, apparently he only has 4 rods sitting on his deck, and they're all rigged up with Syncos, just different rigs of the same bait. So he's a guy that really has honed in on that style of bait, but he's just given it a different presentation, a little heavier weighted one, a little different color flake, all kinds of different little nuance changes. Take a couple highlights, get you guys some fish action. These are
and I just don't know.
Earlier morning fish.
I just think they like the sun to be out for me to catch them the way I want to catch them, the way I've been catching them. I can just tell you one thing, I get a bite, I better not be breaking off and letting them jump off. I don't know what this is. Looks like a fish, don't it? Looks like a fish. Ain't very big, but we'll take him today.
Now you look out there beyond him, there's no boats around him. Now I can guarantee you that the last 2 days, there's been 20, 30 boats all around him. He has it to himself a little bit today, but the thing that's amazing is him being able to outfish all those other people around him.
That's not it.
And on the first day, he just poled down in one spot out there and made the same cast on he's talking about a little rough spot, a little hard spot out there, and he just kind of guarded it off. And he said the second day, one real key to his success was the other competitors gave him room. They didn't cut in front of him and get all on top of his water. They knew he was there from the beginning of day one. They could see that's where he was fishing, and they gave him a wide berth and didn't travel all on top of it. It's a real popular area there. It's in the Belmont area, so I think Scott Martin won in that area a couple years ago, and everybody knows about it. But what's amazing to me is to get in a crowd like that and be able to survive and come out on top. And he said it's just the spot. If there's something, it's this little spot within the spot, a little harder, rougher bottom that they're spawning around, and you can have 30 other boats on the outside of you. If you're on that one little spot, you're the one that's doing the damage.
A lot of times when you have that little spot on the spot, that's the go-to for that area. Those fish will spread out and everything, but with so many boats there moving those fish around, they're going to eventually end up on their kind of comfort zone. And the angler that's in that comfort zone can actually benefit off all those other boats, stirring those fish up, moving them around and everything, because they've got to eventually regroup somewhere that they feel comfortable in.
Excellent point. Excellent point. A lot of people think fishing pressure, sometimes fishing pressure can actually help you, as crazy as that sounds. It pushes fish around. It can make a spot better. And everybody, we all think, well, he'll have it to himself this morning, so he ought to really slay them. And it might be a case where if there's 30 boats out there around him and those fish try and move, they can't really go anywhere, and they're kind of stuck there and have to nibble on Burley Cinco there.
They usually come back to you if you start catching them or something. They won't. It was there. It must not have been a bit.
Here we go.
It's just a little one though. They're just little ones. It was there again. It must not even be a bass.
With fishing these grass mats and everything, especially as the tide comes up, graphs and power poles become so important because you're really fishing. It just looks like you're fishing in the middle of the river and stuff, and so you really need to have a frame of reference when you're out there to key in on these little nuances, little tiny targets you're going for. And when you're fishing that slow, when you make one cast, you want to make sure that your next cast is over a few feet or a little bit different. So you've got to have a fixed spot, and putting those power poles down, really watching their graphs allows them to really fish and pick apart water comfortably, even though they can't really see what's going on.
This is one. So many fish to be in. No, it's a little one. For so many good fish to be in this area one day or 2 days, and now all of a sudden they're all gone. That's not supposed to be like that.
There you go.
Big ones
in the boat traffic. Yep. Something's different.
We're going to keep trying.
Pretty interesting. I actually just got a text from Jason Lambert that said he loves pressure at Kentucky. And, you know, Jason just won the Costa, the most recent Costa, the FLW Tour Pro, and we've had this discussion before. He likes pressure on Kentucky Lake because he knows when pressure gets applied here, he knows where the fish move to. And that is part of the game. You know, for so long, everybody's tried to avoid fishing. We got to get away from fishing, get away. Now we've gotten to the point where these anglers have developed their strategies to the point where they want fishing pressure. And so that, you know, that kind of stuff's really interesting to me, how to use fishing pressure to your advantage, if there is such a thing. And that's, you know, we might see that today. This spot might peter out on him. Could be, of course, so many fish have been taken off of it for 2 days. That's obviously, you know, a factor. But if you have that many boats out there and you're the guy in the center and everybody's giving you a wide berth, it's almost like they've corralled the school for you, so to speak. It's amazing how the thing is fishermen.
Cody Meyer, maybe?
That the thing is fishermen that we're always amazed at on a place. Why do these fish come back? That Belmont Bay place right there, he's fishing for as long. I went to the Potomac the first time in, I don't know, early 90s. That place, you would think the fish would learn, like, hey, stay away from that place. They'll take you away. You know, you disappear in the thin air. But the fish keep going to it year after year after year. So I before the tournament, I called Larry Nixon, a definite historian on the sport. And I said, Larry, you've been going there since the mid-'80s. And he said, I'm not real fond of the Potomac because it is the same places every time we go there. And I said, why? Why is that? And he said, it's because the way the Tidal flushes in and out twice a day, there's a lot of silt. There's a lot of silt in the river. It causes a lot of dead water. And the places that get the current, that get the flow, that get the wash, you know, if you can imagine like a little river bar and a creek, you know, it's always getting those are the places that stay clean. And that's where the fish want to be. And those places are simply not going to change because the tide comes in and out the same way every time. It keeps those places clean, those points, those bars, keeps the grass a little thinner on those places, develops those holes, and that's the rest of the rivers a silted in tidal flat that those bass weren't anything to do with. It's a pretty unique perspective for somebody that's been there a million times. He said it was funny that Larry said the first time they went to the Potomac years ago, like in the 80s, they went to a tackle shop to buy some lures, and the guy that owned the tackle shop said, "Hey, you want to know where they're biting?" He handed Nixon and Tommy Martin a newspaper, and it had the local fishing report. And it had all the local spots, you know, Piscataway, Broad Creek, and you know, Belmont, and all these places. And Tommy and Larry said, "Well, one thing's for sure, we're staying away from those places, you know what I mean? We're going to go find our own fish." He said, "Tommy and I took a butt whipping in that first Potomac tournament, and that was all over with. We got out the results and got out that newspaper article where the writer had talked about where the fishing was happening, and they're, wow, that's where all the fish were caught." And he said it's been that way pretty much ever since.
Well, it must be easy to be the outdoor writer out there. You just the same article every day, every week.
Hey, why do you think I like that job? He's kind of like the weatherman, you know, 50% chance of rain. There are places that have come and gone on the Potomac. There used to be a massive grass bed up there near the Woodrow Wilson Bridge that was really good years and years ago, but when they started working on the bridge up there, building that bridge, a lot of barge traffic and stuff kind of messed that area up. And there's been other places that have come and gone, but in general, these creek-looking, these bay-looking type creeks off the main river, this is where the fish have to go spawn. They move in these places, they spawn. These fish are probably a month after spawning. They're still in this is basically like almost like a Kentucky lake without ledges, so to speak. They're done spawning. They're grouped up in that kind of that post-spawn. They're still kind of schooled up like they would be on ledges. It's just a lot shallower.
I have dead batteries.
I want to see if there's anybody that we've seen the three guys we're seeing have been on community type places so far. I'm really interested to see if we work through the top 5 guys on camera here, if we find somebody that has truly found a piece of water to themselves.
And actually, speaking of that, Andy Young started the morning in 5th place, and from what I've gathered, he has found some spots to himself.
Speaking of the devil, you're exactly right. Yep.
This is like an opening right here.
Andy, a newer angler on tour. This is his 3rd year.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, Andy. How about yourself?
Thanks for joining FLW Live. I'm Andy Young. This is my 3rd year on the FLW Tour. And I'm just happy to be here on day 3, man. What I'm doing today is I've got a stretch of milfoil that runs the length of this bank. It's maybe a 1/4 mile long, maybe not a 1/4 mile, about 400 or 500 yards long. And this is where I've done most of my damage on day 1 and 2. But right now I'm in kind of an area where I'm between the weeds, so I'm just throwing a chatterbait and trying to pick one up as I try to get closer to the weeds. So, and I'm getting close now, so. Where is it? So my main pattern has been just flipping milfoil. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but it's just up to the surface right now. And what makes this spot special right here is this weed line is like maybe, this whole weed patch is maybe like 10 yards wide in some areas, and in some areas it's like 50 yards wide. but where it slicks down to where it's like 10 yards, you know, wide or so, it seems to where the fish are. And we're just coming up to a spot right now, a sweet spot. So this makes like a little point. This is where the weeds start, and they run for a couple hundred yards, and it's a nice thin patch right here. So hopefully we can get a couple more. So far today I've got 2. It started off pretty good. I pulled up to the starting spot, which is about 100 yards down, and I hammered one that was, I don't know if it was 4, it was pretty close, but 3 3/4 probably. But that was a good start. And then I had one more bite after that. That was about 1.5 pounds. And I haven't had another bite since. So it's been pretty slow so far this morning. But this is a slow bite. It's you have to be very patient when you're flipping foil like this. It's that's kind of the name of the game. Slow and patient. Right now I'm flipping this is a 3/8 ounce Outcast Tackle RTX jig, and it's got a little crawdad trailer. It's a big bite crawworm trailer. I'm fishing on 65-pound Sunline braid. I got a 8-foot G Loomis flipping stick and a Shimano reel. Best stuff in the business, in my opinion, in a lot of people's opinion. But yeah, it's one of the patterns where you just have to buckle down and put your head down and fish and try to stay focused and make every bite count, you know. So I've been alternating between 2 or 3 different baits for flipping. The jig, I got a craw tube, and I got a little zoom centipede that I'm fishing too. I've probably done most of my damage on a zoom centipede, and I think I'm going to switch back to that right now. But here it is. This little guy right here is what I've done most of my damage on. It's a little 4-inch centipede. Throwing it on a flipping hook, 1/4 ounce weight, 25-pound fluorocarbon Sunline FC Sniper. Again, G Loomis flipping stick and a Shimano CI4. But we're gonna go through this juicy area one more time, and if I don't get bit, I'm gonna move on and try something else. But I sure hope I can show you guys one here soon.
Did you see the weight on that? I mean, he didn't mention it. You know, I'm just thinking that's one of those things that, you know, all these guys have their little tricks and things that give them confidence that they, you know, feel like they've figured out. It's pretty neat.
Like little clumps that stick out or stuff like that is what I'm targeting. Or pockets, I'm targeting pockets, or extra thick clumps. If you see a really thick clump, I always flip 2 or 3 times in that too. But it's a slow, monotonous way of fishing, but if you get a bite like every half hour to 45 minutes, you're doing pretty good. It's a lot of boredom with a short amount of excitement. But when it happens, it's awesome. There's nothing better than setting the hook with a big flipping stick, you know, a 25-pound test or braid or whatever. But it's one of my favorite ways to fish.
He said that,
sure is slow this morning. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it up too much longer, but
he said that little centipede deal is something he does on Minnetonka a lot. That whole, he said, when I'm out here fishing, it reminds me of, I feel like I'm right on Minnetonka flipping this milfoil. And little trick bait he likes there is that zoom centipede. And like I said, everybody's got that one thing that, you know, makes he's got the centipede with the colored weight, and man, if that's what makes the difference in your mind and makes you feel like, man, you know, that fish is gonna bite. How can he not bite this lure right here? I mean, look at it, it's perfect. That's what counts. You don't want to be flipping like, I don't know if they like this.
Yeah, Andy really has alluded that, you know, he currently resides out in Minnesota, and he's really leaning on that experience on Minnetonka, that, you know, flipping that milfoil, he's really, you know, using that experience. But he's actually from Hawaii. He moved from Hawaii to Minnesota, so a lot of experience in Hawaii. And I think that might be his wardrobe choice. That might be influenced in his Hawaiian shorts right there, and also his laid-back attitude. You know, he keeps a very positive vibe to him. He's laughing, smiling. I mean, he definitely is feeling no worries, brah.
One thing I've learned about fishermen is you don't want to take fashion advice from fishermen. I mean, look, and I mean, you know, I'm no expert in fashion at all either, but the short thing lately with the shorts, the loud shorts, has definitely been the trend on tour. It's quite entertaining.
All right, we will see more Andy Young a little bit later, but now we're taking a look at Chris Johnston, and you can see that the mat he's been fishing. You kind of see the areas and the positioning he's been using with those weed lines. And Chris actually started the morning in our third place spot.
I think this is been a kind of a
You'll let me know when they're live.
Popular area this week, kind of. I think this is up in the Piscataway area, out on the river.
I'm just fishing these little isolated weed clumps right here. I've got one good one almost every day right around this area. It's been getting a lot of pressure though, so I don't know how many fish are left, but it's worth a try. I'm just pitching a 9/16 jig around and hitting as many pockets as I can, and hope to put it in front of one that wants to eat. I've got 3 in the boat right now. One's about 3 pounds and 2 rats. There's one.
Yeah, live action. Looks like an all right fish right there.
Finally getting some redemption, some fish catches on live.
It's a different looking one, but take it.
Look at that beast.
Solid 3.5.
They're so beastie.
3 more good ones today. I've got a few hours to do it.
Short, stocky, thick through the shoulders.
And according to our unofficial leaderboard here, that's his 4th fish, but also his biggest fish of the day. So definitely moving in the right direction right now.
You can see Andy Morgan's just up there. Probably not the guy you want to fish behind, but maybe he left us a few.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fish behind that guy either.
And on the other side of that, when you catch a great fish right behind them, you feel like you're getting a little more confidence. You're doing something correct.
That's what I mean. There's been a big crowd right there every day. Like all these places we're talking about. Other than Andy Young, has got kind of that place to himself. That's pretty unique. We'll get into more of that later. But you know, this is crowd fishing.
These little clumps that I'm fishing, they haven't got as much pressure as the main weed bed.
There you go. The something to the little.
Most of the boats been fishing. I think 7 or 8 boats started in here on day 1.
Looking for those outliers. Fishing in a crowd of the Potomac is like the original real-time leaderboard. You know, when you're fishing around everybody, it's a confidence.
Do you mind if I go around you? You go right ahead. Thank you.
To see other guys catch fish. But when you're catching them, you're large and in charge, and everybody knows.
Hopefully, you left me a couple big ones. No, I'll take it. Yeah, you're telling me.
I think what we're seeing is Andy Morgan messing with a fish there.
So much gamesmanship in this close fishing.
Here's a replay of that fish we just saw.
That's weird, ain't it?
Look how short and stocky those fish are. I've talked to Brian Schmidt and JT about these fish that look like that. They're almost knot-headed. They're so thick up there on their skull.
They're all through this.
We've got someone there taking a young angler out fishing, and we've got some cool announcements involving the Boy Scouts. They're hosting a youth tournament out of there later on this week, so some cool things going on. Getting the young anglers going in. That's going to be Tuesday the 20th. I'll go a little bit more detail to that event going on in Brooklyn a little bit later. Liking this. Nothing better than getting more young anglers hooked on fishing, you would say. It's a great way to be outside, great way to spend time with your kids.
I don't know if Andy had caught one behind him there, but these are the gamesmanship here. Is these guys watch each other? They almost draft off of each other at times. That if you're thinking about leaving an area and then you see the guy catch one, it might keep you hanging around. You know, is the bite window opening? You know, you can watch and that's the Potomac. The Potomac is such a, you know, most fishermen either don't like fishing in a crowd or it doesn't bother them at all. You take 2 previous winners on this river, Scott Martin and Clark Winlet are 2 previous winners on this fishery. And Clark can't stand a crowd, hates to be in a crowd. And Scott is more, he doesn't mind a crowd. He knows how to work in a crowd and work and use that fishing pressure like we're talking about and see where guys are fishing and use their fish catches almost to his advantage in a way to feel the pace of the area and know if it's turning on or shutting off and where the pressure's being applied, how the crowd moves around and where he's going to make his next move. Where if Winlet has to fish in a crowd, he's more just wants the blinders on, you know, I don't want, you know, But the fishing in the crowd thing is really, I don't know, there's a lot of interesting psychologies going on there. And sometimes I think these guys at times like to fish close, to use each other, like, is this area any good? Well, I'm gonna watch you, and you know, if they start catching them, believe me, they aren't going anywhere. And at the same rate, if you have a guy that everybody's kind of watching and he suddenly pulls up stakes and leaves the area, you'd be amazed at how many people are like,
I want nobody to recognize me.
Well, if he's leaving, I'm not staying here either, you know what I'm saying?
I think Monsour's guarding his area a little bit, feeling a little bit pressured. We're on a weekend. There's going to be a lot of weekend anglers out here. And he is definitely wanting to guard the spot because he's definitely, you know, he works real slow, soaks it. He just knows it's a matter of time before he runs into it. But definitely doesn't want to be sharing that water with some recreational anglers.
Yeah, I think he's made a move since his first stop on the river. He's moved into a bay inside of a bay now. He started out on the river. That's where he got his original limit. I'm not sure which one of these he's in, but he's definitely moved inside off of the river now. Once again, another one of these kind of mid-bay, mid-creek kind of hard spots out there with grass on it.
Putting some suspenseful music behind this to exaggerate his guarding his territory.
I don't know if he got hot in his tournament jersey or what, but he decided to strip it down to the t-shirt there.
He did joke that he's trying not to be recognized. He had to take his jersey off so nobody recognized him and came and fished near him. But
okay.
Of course, there is a guy standing with a huge camera on his boat and another boat following him with cameras on that. So I don't know how stealthy he's going to be able to get. Rob, we are coming to the end of our second segment of the day, and we've had some interesting things happen. We've seen now pretty much, I think, all 5 anglers that we've got cameras on, and seeing a lot of the same stuff in how slow. They're all really picking apart things really slowly, but you know, these guys talking about getting their early limits, and then now hunkering down on those spots and really trying to get those big fish. And you know, we just saw Chris Johnston. You know, he caught his biggest fish of the day just a few minutes ago. So we might be seeing you know, some more big fish catching here as we move on throughout the day.
A lot of these guys, for some reason, you always hear about low tide being good in tidal fisheries. The James River is a notorious low tide. You really want low tide there. But on the Potomac, some of these guys, like Schmidt and JT, some of the guys that have fished here before, and Schmidt, a longtime expert here, said there's a lot of places on the Potomac that are good high tide areas. It's not just a low tide fishery. It's also, you know, there's plenty of places that are, and we're getting ready to move into that high tide window. And I think a lot of these guys knew that high tide was coming, and they practiced for it in practice. They went looking more for that high tide type water, and we're getting ready to move into that window. So I think in our next segment here, we're going to see that high tide window really open up and these fish go to biting.
So we're going to take our second break of the day, but we will be back with a lot more live action. I can't wait to get back to Dudley as well. Here, this guy, full of some inside knowledge of what's going on in the Dudley mind. And
it's almost lunchtime. We're going to have hamburgers and hot dogs.
Absolutely. So more with him and the rest of our anglers after our quick break.
are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit flwfishing.com/membership to find out more.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's the annual trip to Beaver Lake, and for some of the best anglers in the country, the weather has transformed this lake, and more rain is coming.
It came up 3 or 4 feet last night. There was fences in the water, docks underwater. It's changing minute by minute.
Who will ride out the storm and figure out the bass?
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
Welcome back to our Day 3 live coverage here on the Potomac River. We're going to jump right into the live coverage with our current leader, Tom Monsour. He started the day at #1 spot and has quickly put together a decent limit today. And hooked up right on cue here, Rob.
That's what you call timing right there.
Felt big.
Doesn't look like that's going to help, but definitely a great segment into our live coverage.
I hope he tells us why he took his jersey off. I got to know that.
Here's some catches from earlier this morning out of Monsour.
He just cranks them in, doesn't he? I love it.
He likes that wind grip is what he was talking about earlier. It looked like he just set into another one here. So I think things might be starting to pick up here for Tom.
I'm sure anybody that fishes the Potomac looking at this right now knows exactly where that is, but we always try to wait kind of to the final day to reveal exactly where they are. But on this place, once you see the live coverage, it's hard to. There's so many unique landmarks, especially up in D.C. Things like the monument, and you can do a whole national historic tour up there from the water and see all the Lincoln and Lincoln Memorial. And
one of the things that makes this location a unique place, or kind of a special place, is how much history lines the banks of the Potomac.
It's also such a rich history place for tournament fishing. Some of the names that have won big tournaments here at Potomac. Let me just go through. I've got this as listen to some of these guys: Denny Brower, Guido Hibden, Jay Yellis. Even going way back in the day, like the Jim Bitter, Dan Moorhead, FLW's Dan Moorhead's won on the Potomac. Young Timmy Horton won here.
You need to catch your fish then.
Years ago when he won his first Bass Angler of the Year title. Mike and Ellie's won here. Oh gosh, Scott Martin.
We just got to the big fish area where I've been catching a few 4-pounders. First day I had 2 410s, matching twins. But so far all we got's a 1.5 pound.
You looking for shark teeth? Are you looking for shark teeth?
I think I'm hearing Dudley.
We're just gonna grind it out and hope we get a couple of them big bites now. Got a limit. It isn't a big limit, but it's a limit. Had another one of the tournament boats pull up on us and kind of threw me off my game. I'm not fishing where I really want to be fishing. I'm just kind of keeping him off the area.
Here we go with the game.
Trying to set some boundaries, you know.
I heard Dudley say something about shark's teeth. I do know that along the banks of that river, I've heard people go in and find. Apparently, you can find
anything to mess with your head
along the river banks there.
Well, that's comforting.
Like a big prehistoric, shark. Yeah, the big ones. I'm talking big ones.
And Dudley talks about curiosity with the fish, curiosity with the cat, but I want you to know that Dudley is one of the most curious human beings there is too. If a person finds a shark tooth, I wouldn't be surprised if Dudley ran over there and Jeff started walking the bank with them, looking to scrap things and started looking for shark teeth himself.
He'd want to turn it into a competition.
Exactly.
He'd be like, Bubba, how many you got? Well, I've got 5 stars. I bet I can find 6.
Bigger and more.
Mm-hmm. Dudley, fiercely competitive.
Monsour talking about, guarding his water a little bit. He said he had a tournament boat pull up here a short while ago, and now he's having to play a little defense. Make sure that he sets up these boundaries. They say good fences make good neighbors, and that's what Monsour is doing, is letting that angler know, this is my water around here. I'm gonna guard it. If you start coming this way, I'm gonna come at you.
Well, when you get a bite here, you get excited. That little one I thought was one of them big ones. Gets the adrenaline going right away, that's for sure.
I'd be curious to see what Monsour looks like with his adrenaline going. He's always so laid back and easy going.
Guys just gotta relax and can't let other fishermen bother you. Just go fishing.
lot of river knowledge in that man's head right there. Commercial fisherman by trade up on the Mississippi River. He knows a lot about fish and not just bass. Migrations of all kind of fish up in the Mississippi River. Also puts together some mighty fine swim jigs, ties his own swim jigs. That's the technique that he's most passionate about. I've seen him fish entire tournaments on the FLW Tour with 6 or 7 rods on his deck. And they're all swim jigs. Every single one of them is swim jig, just a different size, different color. Super nice guy, too.
Rob, I got something to bring some attention to right now, and that's Brandon McMillan.
Uh-oh. Big Mac.
Day 1, he weighed in 11.9.
Okay.
That put him in 126th place after day 1.
Okay.
Yesterday, he figured some things out. Apparently, he slowed down, is what he was saying, and really fished a little bit more finesse. You know, he really likes flipping and stuff, but he really slowed down with a Cinco style bait and brought in over 20 pounds of scale, the biggest limit of the entire tournament. And that surged him all the way up to 16th place. That is a huge jump. And then already today, as you guys see on that ticker down there, he not only caught a quick limit today, but he has a great limit. He's got about unofficially over 17 pounds, which I think it's fair to say he's clocked himself a ticket to our 4th and final day. Whatever that position will be, we'll find out later on in the day when we weigh in with Chris Jones. But really, really surging in the right direction right now, and could be a guy that maybe in contention to win this thing when he was in 126th place after day 1.
That'd be a pretty cool story. Yeah, I believe he is. He's in one of the real popular areas as well. He's found something, talking about McMillan, he's found a little piece to himself. But the funny thing about him was he loves, like you said, that Florida power flipping, punching, and that's where he comes from. And he tried to force that bite all day, day 1. Ran all up and down the river, going crazy. And he said, like, he didn't have anything as live well, by noon, he was really kind of sucking wind. And he said, well, I better go pull up on his place and get out my Cinco and catch 5, just to salvage, just to keep from embarrassing myself. And he goes to this spot that, he could have fished at any time during the day at the last few minutes and catches his 11 pounds or whatever. And he said, right at the end of the day, he kind of started thinking, I think this spot might be a little better than I thought it was with these Cincos. I might have to come back here tomorrow. So the next day, he goes out there and he still tries to force that flipping bite a little bit, and finally goes and pulls down with the Cincos. He said he only had 2 bags of Cincos when he started the day, and he went through them by 8:30 or 9 o'clock. He was out of Cincos. He literally had to start bumming Cincos off of his competitors. To, like, hey man, can you loan a brother a few Cincos, and so I thought that was kind of funny that he said it was like a certain color, and they didn't. This is what he said. This is the way fishing is. He said they didn't like the Cinco if it was torn up. Like, how a Cinco gets torn up and it's all salty, like if you have a watermelon one, it makes it look, different.
Mm-hmm.
He said once the Cinco was torn, I could throw it back in there and they never touch it. I had to put a fresh Cinco on. As soon as I put a fresh Cinco on there, boom, they ate it. And so that's why he went through so many Cincos and then had to go. He said every time somebody got near him, he said, hey, you got any Cincos in your boat? I've got 20 pounds and I need some more crickets to feed them.
Absolutely. And Definitely tips off the other anglers too when you come driving all the way over to them and go, hey, do you have any 5-inch watermelon red flake Senkos on your boat?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I do, and I actually am now going to start throwing them.
Yeah, he said he actually wanted to give out a shout out to Mark Fisher and Cody Kelly today for loaning him some Senkos yesterday to help cap off his big limit. But he said it was the darndest thing. I'd catch one, and I'd throw out there with the used Senko, and they wouldn't touch it. So he put a new one on, and they'd get a bite immediately. And he said it was just, he's one of those things that gets in your head. Is this really happening? But he pulled down in one spot, and he said that 20 pounds came off of, he pulled down and did not move. And he could just fan cast all around the boat. Weightless Senko just out there, and it get tight. And of course, he spent a lot of time kicking himself for not going to there earlier the first day and just pulling down because he was trying to force that flipping bite.
Pretty sure he was prepared with some Senkos in the box today when he went out there. And it looks like it's working out because, once again, he has 17 pounds with tons of time left to fish today. But one guy who is not out here fishing but had an absolutely amazing season, Brian Thrift. Huge congratulations to him, Angler of the Year, and what an amazing season he had. I mean, there's times when it's neck and neck and you see a great race and stuff, but Brian Thrift dominated one Angler of the Year with a exclamation mark. And even though Andy Morgan, did what he needed to do to kind of be in contention if Thrift faltered, but that was not Brian's plans, and he really led this thing wire to wire. I mean, just a great season out of him, and it's really fun to see someone who can consistently do something. That just shows how much talent goes into this fishing, is seeing guys consistently finish at the top, and as well a great season by Andy Morgan, a guy that he's got quite a few Angler of the Year awards under his belt, and is someone that's always right there, just consistently in the contention for the AOI title.
Yeah, this is the Thrift starting out here at Gunnersville with a second place. He and Rose battled it there, and I mean his track record this year was pretty impressive.
It was such a fun season to watch him. It was a great season to start our live coverage because we got to really stay with Thrift and see all the adjustments he made. And he's a guy that really downplays what he does out there. He's always, I made some adjustments, I threw some things, I kind of ran into him, and that's what he always makes it seem like. But we got to be on the boat with him and see that was far from the truth of what he does.
Yep. Second at Travis. Let's see, he had started the year second at Gunnersville, then he was second at Lake Travis, 6th at Harris Chain. I think that's a little look at him at Harris Chain in Florida, putting a beat down on him right there. 12th at Cumberland, 3rd at Beaver Lake, and then towards the end of the season, he finally cooled off just a little bit. 59th at the Mississippi River, and then ended up 48th this week at the Potomac. Wow. There's a nice Florida topwater fish. There you go. Second, 6th, and 3rd. Second time he's won that title. The man is an absolute efficiency machine. When it comes to efficiency, there's nobody in the sport that can touch him in terms of how efficient he runs his program. The way he lays his rods from the way he lays his rods on the deck to the way he culls, he literally has his rods on the deck such that if you blindfolded him and said, Brian, pick up your skipping jig, he'd know where it was. Brian, pick up your topwater. It's that, his game plan is that refined. It's absolutely stunning how he's a numbers guy, and when it comes to efficiency, running numbers, running lots of places, time management, you can't beat.
Now, the guy he had to beat, Andy Morgan. I mean, if there was a time I was going to win Angler of the Year, I would love to beat Andy Morgan because that just makes it that much sweeter. And Andy, another great season as well.
Yeah, here he is, boat flipping a Gunnersville stud right there on a spinning rod.
I don't think we see him with a spinning rod in his hand too often. Too.
It doesn't stop him from boat flipping them, though. I think this was his start at Lake Gunnersville this year with a 7th place. You got it going. Look at that. There's another, just a chunk. He's boat flipping them on the spinning rod. And this, yeah, and this, so at Travis, he didn't do so well. And then he got to the end of the road here at Mississippi River, and he found a piece of home on the flooded Mississippi. This is him just absolutely doing. This is what Andy Morgan was born to do right here. Finished 3rd at the Mississippi there. Flipping trees and cover like that. Oh, that's just Andy Morgan wheelhouse right there. Yeah. Caught smallmouth up in that kind of stuff. Said in his career, and look at that, up shallow, those smallmouth. Said in all his career, he'd never seen that in his life.
This was such a fun event to watch him live because, like you said, this is what he does. We got to see Andy Morgan. If he had to pick a situation, this is the exact situation he would pick. We got to see him in his element and then just catching fish and also even stumping him a little bit, going, these smallies, I've never had smallies like this flipping. And so it was fun because he was even excited about some kind of new things he was discovering. But when you look at his stats, this is truly amazing out of an angler.
Yep. What is it? Since 2007, he's been in the top 10 in points. That's the top 10 in points since 2007. And, you know, we talked about this a little bit last night. Some of that is because back in the older days of FLW, they would start the days over. You'd fish days 1 and 2, and they'd zero your weight on day 3, and then zero your weight on day 4. And then they did it where they did days 1 and 2, 0, and then 3 and 4, 0. Well, right about that, I believe it's about the 05, 06 time frame is when they went to a straight cumulative weight situation, and that's where you got to see Andy's consistency really shine through, where he's just always there. He's always, after day 1, he's in 30th. And then, you know, on day 2, he's to 15th. And then by day 3, you know, he's moving up into the top 10. And he just, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really is. I mean, 2007, that's like 10 years in a row in the top 10 in points. And it's, what's so frustrating as a mere mortal angler like myself is to see how easy he makes it look. He just makes it look so easy.
And here we are. This is a live look of him right now off of Chris Johnston's boats, from Chris Johnston's boat. But once again, Andy fishing day 3 of the tournament. It's just, it really is fun to watch how consistent he is. Brian Thrift, I mean, just anglers that just, they get it. Every lake they throw them on new water and they figure it out and also fish to their strengths. Andy Morgan, he's going to run around until he finds the style of fishing he likes.
Him. Yep.
And if not, he's willing to adapt. We saw him with a spinning rod in his hand,
yep.
But you better believe he has searched every inch of that lake and looked for the style that he wants to fish because he knows the quality he can get into once he finds that.
I bet he'll be sneaking in the top 10 for tomorrow. It's just a guess, but that's just the way he is. He just moves up every day. He's into the 30s and then into the top 20, and then by, you know, and then he's like yesterday he was to 12th, and I bet he sneaks up even again today, and then, you know, and like I said, he makes it look so easy. His flow on the water is just.
Yeah, his ability to make the cut is amazing. You know, when he's on him, when he's obviously sticking him and he's in a good situation, he can dominate. But it's those times that he's not really on him. He's not connecting with a bunch of fish.
Right,
but somehow sneaks into that 18th, 19th, 20th cut spot like, hey, how did he, oh, look, he made it in somehow. And then the next cut, oh, he made the 10th, he made the last cut to make day 4. And that's what separates him. You know, everyone, when they're dominating, when they're in the wheelhouse, they can dominate and everything. But Andy is able to just somehow slide in. He's able to do just well enough to keep fishing.
He might crack one right here. Yeah, Andy would have applied likely more pressure to Brian this year if it wasn't for Lake Travis. Andy got a bad case of the flu, and I mean, Andy's a tough Tennessean son of a gun, doesn't much bring him down. So when he said he had the flu, like couldn't get out of bed flu, and at Travis he finished 90th, and if it hadn't been for that one, we'd have had probably wouldn't be the first time a duke it out up top contest between Andy and Brian. I notice these guys are still kind of keeping an eye on each other here.
And it looks like they've kind of shuffled spots too. It looks like they've switched. So
flip-flop. Let me see what you left behind.
Yeah, exactly. So now this is the real time they get to kind of size each other out because they're now fishing each other's water.
All right. Yeah. It's been a really slow day. I've got 4 in the well. 2 or 3 in changes, and 2 are pounding a bit. Missed one this morning flipping, but other than that, it's just been a slow day. I hit my spot where I got a big one each day. It's kind of on some deeper hydrilla, and it didn't produce anything this morning, so now I've probably got about 10 or 15 different weed beds like this one, and I'm just gonna put this jig in my hand most of the day and see if I can get 2 or 3 big bites. Every day I've got a couple on it, so we'll see what happens, but everything's so picked over, it's gonna be a slow go, so I probably should finesse them a little more, but I just have too much confidence in this jig, and it's got too many big fish on this river for me, so I'm just gonna stick with what got me here, and we got, I don't know, about 4 or 5 hours to get 3 good bites, so there's lots of time. And yes, I'm probably the only one fishing on braid in these conditions, but I find I can work this jig a whole lot better on braid and just making short little pitches. And I'm trying to put it through the canopies of the weeds when they're bent over and they're sitting right in the little hole under the canopy. And just shake this jig in front of them a couple times and it's game on. Gonna give this spot about 5-10 more minutes and then start running. I've got some little isolated weed beds that haven't got as much pressure. There's not a lot of fish in them, but hopefully they're good for one. And we're just gonna start working our way back towards the ramp, hitting every spot I know on the Potomac. I was really hoping to get a big fish off my deep spot. It's kind of 6-7 feet hydrilla, but it just didn't fire this morning. And unfortunately, it's kind of out of the way, so I don't think I'm going to be going back to it today. And it's so hit or miss, so we'll just flip this jig most of the day. You'll notice I don't leave it in the pockets very long. I shake it up a couple times, and if they're there, they usually eat it. And I'm just trying to hit as many pockets as I possibly can in a day and cover water.
Good stuff from Chris there, giving us a breakdown of what he's doing. I call that approach there the club them over the head approach. It's not the finesse, it's not the Cinco, it's not the, and there's nothing slow about what he's doing in terms of, you know, some of these guys this week said pitching it in a place, hopping it 5, 6 times, really prolonging that, to leave it in there a long time. That's not what he's about. Johnston, obviously, as many pitches, as many reaction bites. He's not got 20-pound fluorocarbon on. He's going straight braid. He just wants to club one over the head and get him in the boat. And
so they
obviously
wait about 10 minutes. I'm going where all my weight's at.
I'm back over to David Dudley, sitting unofficially in 11th place today.
10 minutes, maybe not even that.
Dudley just talking there about he hadn't even got to his best spot yet. I mean, he's still waiting the tide out, and that's what I love about these guys like Dudley, is he doesn't rush getting that spot. If I had a good spot, man, I'm going straight to it. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta. It doesn't. He knows that in his mind, those fish aren't going to bite there anyway. Whoever's already there, and there's going to be some guys already in there. I think Burley's in there, but he knows there's no point in going in there until the bite window gets right, and that's what some of the best fishermen really understand. They wait and they wait, and they know there's no point in going. In their mind, all that's happening with the people that are in there right now is they're getting frustrated.
I needed the tide to start coming in. I've been fiddle farting around, letting the tide come in. So we're about to make a move and go fish what got me to the dance, that's for sure. Because all this other stuff ain't paying off.
technique very similar to Chris Johnston here too. Kind of interesting note. Pitching something fast and heavy to isolated clumps there. Looks like he's gonna have to go. Can't take it anymore. It's all about timing. Schmidt.
Well, like I said, it's time to go where the dance took. What do you dance with the one that got you there? So that's what we about to do. Tired of dancing with other areas. We gonna go dance with the one that got me here, huh?
In terms of that timing, Brian Schmidt told me that one of the Costas he won here, every time he went to a certain area, the guys around there that had been waiting all morning, he said, man, Schmidt, every time you roll in here, they start biting. Like, are you magic or something? And it's because he knew what the timing was. He knew there was no point in getting there. And he said all 3 days of that tournament, when he got in that area, those guys were like, we've been here 2 hours, hadn't had a bite, and you roll in here and suddenly they're biting. And it's just because, you know, he knew that's what timing's all about. Dudley is looking for that timing right now.
Absolutely. And look at this leaderboard. We're about to jump into a break, but let's break down real fast our positioning here. We got Monsour still in the lead, a solid little limit. Chad Warren really bumped up. He's got unofficially 18 pounds. That's definitely going to put him in a nice spot going into the fourth and final day. Brandon McMillan, another good limit to follow up his 20-pound limit yesterday. You know, some other names still shuffling around. One of the things to note, though, is Chris Johnston is our only angler in the top 10 right now that has not completed his limit. But the rest of the guys all have 5 fish in live well. Some are culling. But I think that's a positive for Chris because he's got a lot of room to jump. He's got room to add a lot of poundage to his limit here.
Yep. I saw Anthony Gagliardi sneaking up through there, too. He is one guy I talked to that said he has found a piece of water to himself. He's got that rarity going on. And it looked like he had kind of started to move up. He also said his tide window is better midday, you know, as the water comes in. He has one place to himself that he was really excited about, and so we might have to keep an eye on that.
Absolutely. And just a reminder to everyone watching live, we're going to be continuing our FLW live coverage up until 12:30 Eastern today. Then we're going to take a short break. The anglers don't get to take a break. They got to keep fishing. And we are going to make our cut. We're going to decide who our top 10 fishermen are that are going to be fishing tomorrow. And that's going to be a live weigh-in with Chris Jones over at Smallwood State Park. So if you're in the area, go check out that. That's always a fun time to see how this thing shakes out. But anyway, we are taking another break. So everyone do not go away because when we get back, we'll check back on a Dudley and see if Studley Dudley finds his big fish active.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Out of office? Oh, man.
Hi, this is Skeet.
Skeet, out of office?
Dude, don't be mad because I thought of it.
What?
I gotta go. I got someone on the other line. Go to teamgtfishing.com to check out my real job.
We're supposed to be working.
I am working. Launching a Ranger aluminum boat that's cut full of holes may sound a little crazy, but with so much closed-cell foam inside, it's easy to see the added safety and stability. It's a huge confidence booster, especially with so much quality inside, along with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and 300 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance. Ranger aluminum is built to excel and priced to be yours.
Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole nother level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's the annual trip to Beaver Lake, and for some of the best anglers in the country, the weather has transformed this lake, and more rain is coming.
Came up 3 or 4 feet last night. There was fences in the water, docks underwater. It's changing minute by minute.
Who will ride out the storm and figure out the bass?
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer schedule maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
For guys like Aaron Britt.
Yeah, every 10 years you get more leeway. Bill shook his head and laughed.
What's that?
Welcome back, everyone, to our continued coverage here on the Potomac.
True.
We are live with our unofficial leader right now, Monsour, and then on the right-hand side, we've got Andy
I never
Young,
thought I'd make it that far.
who is slowly making some progress here and looking like he's getting closer to
You
filling out that
definitely
limit.
deserve a break.
Right now, we actually have him
everything can't be working
2 fish, but I think he actually caught his third just a little while ago.
Lucky anything's working. You earned it. Yeah.
Okay, are we live? Oh, we are? Okay, cool. Well, so far today I've got 3 fish in the well. It's been a slow morning. My first spot where I've been catching them all the last couple days, I got one good one off it, and there I'm hung. About a, I don't know, 3.5 to 3 3/4 pounder. Dang, hold on a second. There, I got it. No, I had about a, so I got 3 fish. We made a move, and now I'm fishing on a big old flat in about 3 to 5 feet of water, and there's a whole bunch of these laydowns and wood all over it. And I actually did pretty good in here in practice. And the first day of the tournament. So hopefully we can get a couple more here. I see there's a local guy that was just in here, but hopefully he didn't catch too many of them, but that's all right. He's having fun too. So I switched it up a little bit right now. I'm throwing a wacky Cinco. I just caught one off this log before we went live. It was about a 2-pounder, so nothing special. So all in all, it's been slow, but hey, that's fishing, man. I'm optimistic about it. I think we're gonna whack them yet. Sure as heck ain't never gonna give up, that's for sure. But just gonna slow down in here and fish with a wacky Cinco and a chatterbait. I don't know how much time exactly we'll spend. Probably, well, if they're biting, we'll stay for a while, but otherwise we'll probably stay for about a half an hour. But we're gonna give her heck, man. That's all we can do. So, I'm not 100%. That's the third fish I've taken off this log. I think it was. Got him that time.
This is fish number 3 for Andy Young.
That'll work.
Definitely well needed as well. You know, it's when you've got 2 fish in the boat, you want to get that past halfway, that mid mark, and so I think this definitely put a little more pep in his step. With him unofficially all the way down to 16th place from 5th place to start the morning, he's definitely going to have to make up some ground here later in this day.
One of the few that has something to himself. Big key for Andy. Hasn't had a lot of traffic this week, so he's had the privilege of kind of fishing by himself on the Potomac River, and that's a rarity. I think he's a little stunned he didn't get one off that nice looking stump out there in the water.
You know, I caught him in here on low tide in practice. And it was high tide in the tournament when I caught him, and now I believe it's getting to be high tide right now. So, I mean, I caught him here in both tides, and to be honest with you, that tide thing is still kind of a mystery to me, man. We don't have tides in Minnesota, but, you know, it's an uncontrollable variable, so I'm not going to worry too much about it, but I guess all I do with the tides is I just notice when I got bit, you know, what the tide was when I caught fish, and try to go back to those areas during that time of the tide, but whatever. You know, it's just kind of a big guessing game to me. Where is it? Where is it? There we go.
Yeah, you can tell he paid a lot of attention to the tide chart right there. That's the way tides are. Some people completely ignore them. I know some people fish this river, they couldn't tell you what tide they could care less.
I know there's a lot of fish on this flat.
And others follow it to the increment.
I practiced with my buddy Dave Larson, who, congratulations Dave, who he took 2nd place in the Co-Angler of the Year. He travels with me and pre-fishes with me. But yeah, he took 2nd place in Co-Angler of the Year and won $10,000 yesterday. So congratulations, Dave. And then I'd like to say congratulations to Gary Harikuchi for winning Co-Angler of the Year. I think he won a brand new Ranger boat and Evinrude motors. So good for him. He's a great guy. But yeah, Dave, I'm on your spot, man. I'm on the spot where you caught him in practice.
And Dave, for that $10,000 check, you're buying gas on the way home.
So I suppose I could say hi to some people at home, like, hi Mom, hi May, hi all my buddies back in Minnesota. Not every day you get to talk live on TV, or internet TV, whatever. Just need to bust a big in here. Yeah, it looks like a big empty area, but there's like wood all over this thing. It's under the water right now, but there's definitely a lot of cover in here for the fish to hold on.
First I've heard of that all week. Pretty interesting. Everybody I've talked to, grass, 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 grass. And I've specifically asked about wood tar, anything different. Nope, grass, grass, grass. So I had a very short conversation with Young the other day. He was busy and trying to get his boat hooked out of the water and everything. He couldn't give me much detail on it, but
yeah, I don't know if this cloudy weather is affecting the fish or not. I mean, it seems to me like they ain't biting nearly as good as they were the last 2 days, but I don't know if it's the cloud cover or if it's just me or if I didn't put on deodorant or I don't know.
you might want to go talk to Greg Bohannon, the Old Spice guy, and see if he can
bum a little.
Yeah, remedy that situation.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, him catching that, catching some fish off wood like that. Like I said, I hadn't heard much about that. I did, it always interests me, okay. I did.
That was kind of spotty.
I did talk to day one leader Clark Winlet. He only had 10 pounds yesterday. I'm always interested what happened. You see guys take a big lead and then things go away from them. And, so I called him to kind of find out what happened. You had this hot spot that produced, and he said the pressure just got to the area.
Huh.
The pressure got to the area, and he had planned to do what a lot of these Potomac veterans do, is they have what you heard Dudley talking about this earlier, the sneaky spots, the tricky plays. And that's one fish places, maybe like, even fishing that wood, maybe one laydown that sticks out there farther than the rest and gets right on just the right kind of tide. A dock here, a piece of riprap there, a sunk barge here, places that you're not going to catch a pile of fish there. You're just going to catch one, and it's usually a decent one. And Clark has a lot of that kind of stuff to run. And he said that second day, when he went to kind of his back pocket to run some of that sneaky stuff, the issue he had with that was the tide was just too high. A lot of that single fish stuff, the sneaky stuff on the Potomac works best on a lower tide, and the tide was just too high and too flush on that stuff. The docks, that fish would normally be pulled down on the last piling out there. The water's up, and he's got 15 pilings to choose from, and so it's always interesting to see when a guy's a real big weight one day, and not good the next day, kind of what changed for them. And he was fishing where he caught the big stringer the first day was in Chickamuction, in the party amongst all those boats. And day two, it just wore out.
Yep, and consistency has been on everyone's mind during the year. This is a long tournament season. You know, we had seven events, and right now this is the bubble. Okay, so we're already going to take the top 35. But what happens is anglers can double qualify. If they qualify through another way, then even if they finish in the top 35, we now bump one more guy into the Forest Wood Cup. Right now, we're down to 40 spots. So 5 guys have double qualified. So actually 40 guys from the tour are going to go. And right now, this is the bubble here. And that's where Reyes, Britt, all the way down to Robertson. These guys actually made the cut. They get to go fish on. And really interesting, I talked to Andrew Upshaw. He was not in the top 35 going into this event, and he calculated that he needed a top 20 finish to make it, which would have been his highest finish, one of his highest finishes of the year. Okay. He came out here with an open mindset, knew what he needed to do, and was actually tied for 5th place going into today. And so a great story to hear somebody put together a plan and realize what they have to do. Their season's over if they don't make it happen at this event, and he really stepped up to the challenge and jumped up into that qualifying group.
Yeah, there were a few people that got to jump over the fence the right way here and get in that cut. This is an unofficial cup standings as of today. We still have a little bit of shuffling that can go on inside the top 20. These guys here, I don't know, like Aaron Britt and Jason Reyes that are in, they might want to go thank Zach Burge and Jeremy Lawyer for, for double qualifying somewhere, and some other guys that double qualified. That's going to get them in. The guy unofficially now, as this day progresses, that's on the outside looking in is Alex Davis, and you just hate to see that because that's where the line's going to get drawn, and he will get to spend the off season thinking about every fish that got away and every one that he lost that might have put him on that side of the cup line and send him to Lake Murray.
And there wasn't much. If you look at the score, he's got 980 points. Right. Above him, 981. Over 7 events, thousands of points available. It was, I think the total was somewhere maybe around 1,200. 1,400 points available on the table, and he misses it by one point.
That's a fish that got away somewhere, one that you could probably call Alex Davis right now, and he'd tell you the exact one that's keeping him on that side of the floor from going to Lake Murray for the cup.
Yeah, that definitely makes the off season that much tougher when you're just sitting around.
Game of bounces, I guess.
And there's still a little room for change in there, but I don't think that, with the way the top 20 is setting up, that there'll be enough shuffling to.
What's that, about a pound and a quarter? Not what I need.
Looks like Young's adding
but it's better
to the well.
Not having 4.
Get this baby handy.
One of these times it's going to be a big one on this wood.
This year too, Rob, with 7 events, a lot of anglers really don't have the flow completely down. They don't understand. There's really no there's no real halfway mark. You got that uneven number there, and so I think next year we're going to see a lot more anglers feeling more comfortable with that 7-event season because normally they get that, they know where they need to be during the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They really know how the season flows and where they need to be fishing. But with 7 events, some of these guys may have misjudged the season a little bit and making sure that they are always finishing in that topper echelon and knowing, really, I know Dudley was talking about it, with 7 events, you actually could have worse tournaments. You can have some blunders a little bit more and still jump back into things. And I think with the way this season started out, it was very tough fishing for a lot of anglers. And I think a lot of guys may have gotten a little more frustrated than they needed to because really they had a lot more time to get back. And I think it really hindered a lot of anglers mentally those first couple events.
Yeah, and we went to some new places this year. That's always fun to me. You know, we went to Cumberland and the Mississippi River, and the way this year ended, in the last few years, you know, there's always been a TVA ledge lake in there somewhere. That was kind of taken out of the equation this year. And anytime you get things like that that kind of shake up the season, you know, take a TVA lake out where that's more of an automatic for a guy like, you know, Lambert or Rose. You take that out and you insert a Mississippi River event. Now you start seeing the Schmitts and the, you know, the Monsours kind of come to the, you know, some of the river fishermen. Austin Felix has had a really good year. You know, it's been into some more familiar territory for him. So it's a lot of times the way the schedule lines up really, you know, impacts who's going to be in the Forest Wood Cup at the end of the year.
Hey, Andy, even though he caught a real small fish a little while ago that we saw, that moved him up a few spots. That's one of the good things about starting the day in one of the top spots. That even a limit keeps you up near that top 10. And so I think if Andy gets one more fish, you know, you'd hate for it to be another small fish, but even a 1-pounder can really move him up and may put him right at that cut line. So I think he's looking good for tomorrow, because I'm pretty sure he's going to end up catching a decent fish or two that should help him extend his event into the 4th day.
And you can see the leaderboard there. We have Chad Warren was moved up into the first place spot there. I got a little piece of information from the on the water guys there, Jody White and crew, running the information out there to us, and he said that we might have a little topwater action going on with Chad Warren.
We got that overcast weather, it looks like, out there.
So we could, that's the first I've heard of that too.
Nice.
You know, all week is maybe some topwater action. So.
And Rob talking about, if you guys look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen there, in the #1 spot, Chad Warren.
Live, just turn to you and start talking.
He's knocking on a 20-pound limit right now. Our unofficial leaderboard has him just under 20, so.
It's been a pretty tough day for me today. I've only got 3 little fish in the box, but the sun's starting to come out and show itself, and the tide's coming in, and maybe I can swap some things around and start catching some fish. I've had a couple bites lately and didn't catch either one, but we're headed over here to a little spot that I think I can catch them, but I sure would like to catch a good one soon so I can take some pressure off. I don't want to have to catch 5 good ones in the last 2 hours. I'd rather have a couple. It's been a tough day for me. I think the fish I was fishing for all week, they're gone, and they've went somewhere. I think they've probably, some of them were roaming, some of them were bedding fish, and I've come out here to this flat. There's brim beds out here. And there's another little fish. Not in the sweet spot yet. I'm just out here trying to get to it. So I'm fishing a Cinco weightless. I still think I'm going to get them. I sure would like to start though. So.
Gosh, that's just so stunning to me. I mean, I know they took a lot of fish
give up,
out
that's
of
for
there,
sure.
But you would think with him having it to himself, it's quiet in there. There's not a trolling motor thing, but man, it just goes back to what we talked to. Maybe all that pressure.
I went from the first day getting a bite when I didn't want one because I already had a good sack, and we're all the way back down to 180 degrees where I can't get a bite. I really want the sun to stay out, but it's going to do what it's going to do. So, see, there's another little fish. Another little fish. Could be some of those brim that are out here on bed that the bass are chasing. So we're going to go up through here, and hopefully I come out of here with 15 or 16 pounds. It's tough to fish low when you don't have any fish, so we all know that.
I like to see Burley make the cut, top 10 cut. I think he's only had one in his career. He hit the scene, if I remember correctly, it was back when Paul Elias introduced the world to the Alabama rig down there at Lake Guntersville, and Burley had an Alabama rig too, and he finished second to Paul in that tournament. And he's been on tour ever since, and now knocking on the door for another top 10. He's gonna have to put a couple more in the boat though.
Must just been some grass because I'm going down through here on high. It's tough fishing when you can't get a bite.
Yeah, you can kind of see the demeanor here of Burley starting to get a little on the shaky side a little bit. He's been in this prime area here for all morning. He feels like he ought to have a lot more in the live well. He's got these weird bites going on, little perch and stuff. We've seen him swing and miss several times. He's kind of, he talked a minute ago about some grass was on there because he was going up through there too fast. He's starting to maybe push on that trolling motor button a little bit more. These are just all the natural reactions that happen on day 3 of, you know, high stakes tournament fishing here. This is where things start adding up, and the weight starts to mount on your shoulders, and decisions start to, you know, you start thinking about one decision, which will lead to another decision, and all those decisions starts coming at you like flashcards. And should I stay? Should I go? Was that another bite? You know, they weren't doing this the other day, and that is, the veterans of this sport really know how to work themselves out of this jam right here. That's what Burley has found himself here in, is a professional fishing predicament. And how you react at this point is what makes careers.
Yep, and what he doesn't realize that we get to see is, you know, all of our top 5 anglers to start the morning are having slower days than they've had previously. And so all of them are having to make those adjustments and everything. But when we look at someone like David Dudley, who's been doing this for 20 years, has won more money than any other angler in the FLW, and he's talking about fiddle farting, and you know, he doesn't have his limit yet. He's dropped way down, but you wouldn't know it from his demeanor. It's all part of the game. It's good. There's going to be slow times. There's going to be fast times. He really trusts what his assessment of situations and things, and that's where you may be seeing a little bit of a difference. Even though they're both having slow days, Dudley's just business as usual.
You're dead on about that. You start to see where the cracks start forming in the armor, and Dudley hadn't even thought about getting to his best place yet, you know, and Burley's been here all morning, and I think this is all he's got. He might have a couple other backup areas, but
We're in the grass now. We're in the good grass.
what's interesting is I believe that Dudley's primary area he keeps talking about is in this same area that Burley's in. So we'll get some confirmation of that. I haven't seen where Dudley has made his move to, but okay, here's a different look at Dudley here.
We're gonna find out right now. This is, you know, Dudley and Bob Burley have both moved way down the leaderboard. Unofficially 13th for Dudley, and then 15th for Burley. So they're relatively in the same spot. They both dropped way down, but once again, just a little different mindset coming from Dudley right now. And if he talks a little bit, I think that'll be echoed in some of the things he says right now.
Are we live? Well, we have now arrived to the area that's pretty much got me where I'm at right now. Haven't fished it all morning, so I just got here. Still a smidge, in my mind, I think I'm still a smidgen too early, you know, from when I need to be here. Probably from like, what time is it now? 11 o'clock. Pretty much from 1 o'clock till we go in, it should be on like big time. I'll be going I'll be going Facebook Live at around 12:30 on my own Facebook page. I know this ends at 12:30, but we're gonna go live on my Facebook page at 12:30. So make sure you put your notifications up, because that's when I think it's gonna kick butt.
I see how you are, Dudley. You talk about hamburgers and hot dogs with us, and then at 12:30 on your Facebook Live, you're going to, I guess, talk about dessert.
I really don't, you know, I haven't swam or got down there, but to know, I mean, it's a big area, and I'm sure it's dealing with clean bottom, because most time you find an area that keeps replenishing, it's got some type of clean bottom in it. And I know anytime you're around grass, they don't like it choked out, but they do like some clean areas in it, and this area's got some clean stuff around. A lot of times though, it's funny that you don't really know. In grass, we can try to guess all we want and sound like we know what we're talking about. There was a little 2 pebbles in a rock and a stump on a bend of a river channel, blah, 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 blah. But unless you go down there and swim and look at, darn, had one just peck at me right there. One just pecked at me. It could have been Could have been a ring perch or something. But unless you get down there and analyze it, we're just guessing. But if I had to guess, this area's got a lot of clean water in it. It's got access to the main river and the river. You know, these fish here at Potomac, they move around a lot. They talk about smallmouth being a fish. It's like one year, let's say Belmont Bay will be good. Next year, Aquia will be good. And the next year, you know, Piscataway. You never know what area, because the grass comes up all the time in different areas, but for the most part, the same general areas will always have grass. And the reason that is because grass doesn't necessarily grow. Grass doesn't necessarily grow in high current areas. You know, it's got to have some type of slack in order for it to take hold and actually grow. Where did my little tree go?
Yeah, I'm almost sure that Dudley's in the Belmont area, somewhere around where Burley's at. I don't know how close.
That should be a bite right there.
They are, but
call him a shot, Rob. Travis, call him a shot. Call him a shot.
And I don't think he was kidding about getting out. And Dudley's the kind of person that if he wants to know what's down there.
Could act like I know what I'm talking about. See what we got right here. It's 39 pebbles right here. I felt them with my wacky worm. I counted them. Most time they're on the side that has 32 pebbles on it. But when the sun comes up, they're on the 38 pebble side. So I think we as fishermen try to overanalyze stuff sometimes instead of just saying, the fish are right here. Why are they there? I don't know.
He just described my problem as a fisherman.
Yeah. How'd you find them? With my hook?
I want to know how many pebbles are down there.
That's one thing about grass. You know, we could look at our units a lot in grass and try to, we can look at our units a lot in the grass and try to map it out with our depth finder, but most of the time, now y'all listen up closely, most of the time the way you find fish in grass is not with your electronics. You just have to cast. You have to actually do what we call fishing. You actually have to fish for them to find them. You know, it'll get you in the area. You know, you can use it to find some grass that's in the area, but to actually find, I mean, look at it, it's like 2.5 miles square right here. But the only way you can truly find them is you have to do that thing called fishing. And that's pretty much what I've done here. I got a few GPS marks. You know, once I catch, if I got a couple bites in the area or something, of course you're gonna mark it in. You know, it could be just an isolated, you know, it could be just one little isolated patch of grass, or it could be a clean spot. And heck, I mean, it could be just a log and anything different, you know. Grass, it's like looking at a lawn that you're mowing and you can see where you missed and you didn't mow. Well, the fish are kind of the same thing. Everything looks the same, but then all of a sudden there's something different. So it's like looking at your lawn and going, ha, you didn't mow right there. It draws attention to you and you recognize it. Same thing with the fish. They kind of swim around, everything looks the same, and then all of a sudden they'll see something different and they'll go and hang out in that little area. But evidently there ain't nothing hanging out in my area today. We got time though. We got 5 hours. I got 4 in live well, bunch of one that I would, you know, would probably make it to the stage, and I got 3 other ones that if I'm bringing them in, I'm gonna be behind the 8 ball. That's for sure.
Oh, get in there, yeah. Yeah.
This area right here.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the ones you catch here. Oh, thank you, Lord. Man. Finally. A bite.
You could kind of see why they were here.
Over to Monsour with, looks like he just boated a nice one here.
Yep. Looks like he just hit somebody in the gut with that one. Apparently thought it was a catfish. You never know in this river. There's snakeheads, catfish, giant drum, flounder.
Not bad. You know, 3 pounds. That'll work.
It's exactly what Tom needs right now. That's a quality fish at the right time. Now we're gonna get to see a look. Let's see what his smallest fish is. This will be a good measure of how good his day is going.
No. I gotta make sure he is the little guy.
Nice one.
It's always the culling you want to be doing. If you can just look in and easily see the small ones, you got the big fish pile and then the small fish pile.
You know, Travis, I just thought I'd throw this out there that most guys have what they call scales or culling beans. I mean, I'm just saying, this is not the exact science way to be doing your culling, but you know, hey, if he's got, like you said, if one's obviously smaller than the rest, but this is Potomac, there's a lot of similar sized fish, and
We got one big one.
I think he's gonna.
He's started.
Yeah, I think this could be the Tom Monsour culling process.
It's always good to see him do this culling because you really can see the quality of bag he's got. And I think 15 pounds might be conservative for his limit right now.
He just said 3 big ones.
Now comes the work.
Okay, I think he might have proper. Oh, there we go. I think he was getting out the right tools to cull there.
With a legit shot at winning his first event, I think at that moment he said, all right, maybe I should measure these fish. I'd hate for that to get in the way, just eyeballing these things. But seeing him count his big fish, he's looking really good right now. So
I gave Tom a little hard time there, but once he threw the 3 big toads on one side, I could see like he knows what he's got going on there. But yeah, definitely 3 certain chunks and 2 that he's going to have to weigh, measure, cull out, put him on the beam a little bit, and he's not flinching. There's no doubt about it. He's holding his ground.
Absolutely. And Rob, let's recap a little bit of the day so far right now. We're about to take a short break, but let's update our viewers. Chad Warren, just shy of 20 pounds.
Yes.
He's made a huge jump. He's our current unofficial leader, but obviously one of the guys has figured out, while Elijah Engler's having a little slower day right now, waiting for that bite to come to him, somebody who really found things early. Monsour, it looks like he's doing more of the same. He's really on some good fish, and he's feeling comfortable just slowing down and really plugging along, adding one more big fish to one more big fish, and he's executed really the same day every day. Is go catch the easy fish, fill his limit up, and then go upgrade, and that's exactly what he's done today so far, and he's got plenty of time to keep doing that.
Yeah, Tom is on Tom's pace. It's perfect right now. This is Tom's pace. This is not a blistering race or anything. It matches his style and his rhythm. The Chad Warren thing we're still looking into. Like I said, I did receive some information from the On the Water crew out there, Jody White and those guys at the website, said there's some possible topwater action going on, and that could be a lot of fun as we get into that, possibly tomorrow. Haven't heard much about topwater. Be a completely different thing. Brandon McMillan, I guess, is still feeding them Cincos on his spot. Hopefully he has plenty. And Sprague's coming in there. And Gagliardi, like I said, I think will sneak up a couple places today as well.
Yep. And as we're hitting almost that midway, that noon time of the tournament day, there's going to be some adjustments we're going to see for sure. But right now, we're going to leave you some highlights, and we'll be right back with our last hour of live coverage.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
It's the annual trip to Beaver Lake, and for some of the best anglers in the country, the weather has transformed this lake, and more rain is coming.
Came up 3 or 4 feet last night. There was fences in the water, docks underwater. It's changing minute by minute.
Who will ride out the storm and figure out the bass?
What is this meeting about again?
Fishing! Took my boat, boom, jumped over it, and I caught a giant. It was like a whale.
29 pounds, baby!
That's the last time I danced on stage.
Wow. Chief Fishing Officer.
How do I get that job?
I don't know.
Go to teamgtfishing.com to find out more about my real job.
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
Welcome back to our last hour of live coverage here on the Potomac River. We're going to jump right back onto the water here with Tom Monsour.
I can put a new one on.
So it looks like Monsour figured out the culling situation, and now he's looking to get rid of the little side and add to the big fish side.
That's cool. You guys got that. That is really cool. Hard to believe, ain't it? Well, that was pretty neat. What they didn't know is when I say catfish, we had a thing going yesterday, me and my co-angler. Every time we'd catch a catfish, we decided that if we said it was a catfish, it would be a bass. So we were saying, oh, there's a big catfish, and then it would be a big bass. If we thought it was a big bass, we'd get a catfish. So that's why I said, oh, I hope it's a catfish. Or it's a catfish. I think the sun came out a little bit now, and it's got them looking down in the weeds, so the black and blue jig's working again a little, maybe, hopefully. We need 2 more good fish. We got 2 fish under 3 pounds.
2 more catfish.
Exactly. Got to get rid of both those fish under 3 pounds. Then you got a fighting chance. But boy, it's been a long, slow hour here. Caught catfish, perch. That's the first decent bass bite. And this is my good spot. That's not good. But you never know, things could turn on. The first day I didn't come in here till noon. And from noon to 3, I caught 4 big ones. So anything's possible.
I still can't get over the
At least I got one nice one
of
out of
Ryan
here.
Schmidt going to his backyard and winning, and now it's possibly Tom Monsour will come to Schmidt's backyard and this is some redemption for Tom. I know he was really upset he didn't do better in that Mississippi River event last month. This might help heal the wound a little bit.
Yeah, it's always nice, even if you didn't qualify for the Cup, is to have a strong finish at the end of the season. End it on a good note. You know, lick your wounds, analyze the season, but at least it left a good taste in your mouth at the end of the year. And you're excited for the season to start next year and continue, hopefully, maybe a little uptick in your fishing.
when guys get on a roll at the end of the year, they wish they had more tournaments to fish. You know, once they get that momentum going, they hate it like the iron's hot, and they want to strike, and the season comes to an end on them.
You know, fishermen really have to be just eternal optimists too. You've always got to find the silver lining in every single situation. So, that's what a lot of these guys are gonna have to do. Is a good finish means hopefully a good start next year.
Well, it's amazing how one fish can breathe life into you again. And it looks like we've got a little clip queued up here of Chad Warren from earlier today talking about kind of some of the techniques he's doing. But right now he's knocking on the door of 20 pounds. So he's going to be a guy to watch. I think we're going to be seeing him on the live show tomorrow. So here's a little insight from his Marshall cam, which is the iPad.
I haven't been really catching them here. Caught one the first day of the tournament here, and two yesterday. I started in here this morning because all my other stuff had pretty much dried up, and we have been whacking them. Probably caught 30 to 40 keepers. I've probably got pretty close to 20 pounds right now. I've had to catch them a different way every day. The first day, didn't have a fish till 11:30. Caught them on a Cinco, and boy, it was slow and painful, and ended up with 4 at my other spot, and came in here and caught one. I guess I didn't really know how good this was. There hadn't been a whole lot of boats in here as far as tournament guys go. There's some locals in here today. But yesterday, caught a couple on a frog. First spot didn't fire, stayed there till 1 o'clock and had 3 little ones, and went out, caught a couple on a frog, came here. I think I ended up with 8 fish yesterday and 7 the first day, so we've been whacking them today as far as numbers and size. So lost a good one this morning. Probably would have put me well over 20, but I got a good bag, and I'm pretty sure I'll get to fish tomorrow. So one more big one, and we're gonna get out of here.
Very cool. And I think he's correct on these fishing tomorrow. And he may be the guy with the target on their back going into tomorrow, because with a 20-pound limit, I mean, that's very impressive. I think he's made some adjustments. Like he said, he's catching them on different things each day, and that's I think going to be a big key to this tournament. Like you said earlier, rotating lures, giving the fish what they want, and he's moved all the way up to the #1 spot on the unofficial leaderboard.
Yeah, and he even said himself, I've got about a 20-pound bag. Now, you know, when the angler says that, they're, you know how they are. They usually keep it on the low side. So for him to say he's got around a 20-pound bag, you know, that's I can't wait to see what that weighs today. Monsour trucking along there. He certainly has not left the door open by any means.
No, he's doing everything. He's fishing everything he needs to be doing right now.
Yep, he's holding his own. And then McMillan, not far off either.
Yep, both those guys, Warren and McMillan, great days. You know, McMillan 20 pounds yesterday, Warren 20 pounds today. And you know what? If you're Monsour, I don't think you need to make too many adjustments. I think consistency, what he's just got to keep his head down and keep fishing. And I think that's going to be his best game plan. But here we are. This is a replay from Dudley just a few minutes ago.
Looks like he finally finished that limit. Oh, Bubba.
Oh, gosh.
That's a mouthful of food.
Oh, yes. Probably hamburgers and hot dogs.
Uh-oh.
What else would it be? Uh-oh, Bubba.
That's a good one.
I believe that one came with some lettuce.
That be number 5. And that's a good one, too. That's a good solid 3. That's what we're after.
Timing, baby, timing.
There you go. Dudley's been talking about this all day.
Yep.
I mean, he knows these fish. He's not going to tell us the exact reason they're doing what they're doing, but for whatever reason, they decide to start chomping a little bit later in the day. And obviously we could see that if the fish weren't chewing, Dudley was going to get a little lunch in.
Yeah. Now, Dudley does not miss out on an opportunity to chew. He's always got something he's snacking on. I called him the other night, and they were enjoying some fine Potomac snakeheads.
Well, that was a good move. Just caught that one, and as soon as I caught that one, I missed another one. Changed up to a swim bait. It's so funny how, I mean, we're only fishing 3 foot of water, right? And you'd think, they ain't gonna be but so picky because they're in 3 foot of water. Darn little suckers. It'll humble you in a heartbeat. So I've been doing a mixture of stuff, throwing slow, whatever. Pick up, hadn't thrown it, made 3 casts. Made 3 casts with it. Catch one like 3 pounds. And then I get another bite, so that's a good sign. Maybe here in the next little bit we can definitely make us a little comeback. Because if I had to guess, right now we're sitting at probably close to 11 and a half pounds right now. We've got 11 and a half, but we need those standard Potomac River 3-pounders. There's a plenty of them in here.
And he is fishing in the same vicinity as Burley.
But that's a good sign. Ah. Most time, I bet we all can agree with this. You pick up a lure, you catch one instantly, and it feeds your confidence like, yeah, that was the right move. And then we fish it for another hour and never get bit. Hopefully that's not the case. Because I think it's 11:40, I'm saying from like 12, or really 1 to 3 o'clock. Gosh darn it. That felt like a ring perch or something.
A ring perch?
What's been happening this week though, they're not shad. I don't think they're like a common shad or some type of bait fishing here. They're spawning. And this week you'd see like a clump of grass and you'd see them come up bumping into each other, knocking the eggs out, and then all of a sudden you'd see a bass come up and bust in them. And it's so, this week, you know, it was like 25 boats in here the last 2 days, and now I'm the only boat. You'd think I'd be able to come in here and just stomp their hind end because there's no boats, no traffic, but it's taking a hammer. But it's so funny, you could be in an area and it'd be 25 boats out there, and all of a sudden nobody's catching nothing, nobody's catching nothing, nobody's catching nothing, and all of a sudden you'll see boom, 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 boom. You'll just see them turn on. And you're like, what made y'all turn on like all of a sudden? It's weird. You know, I want to say, did the current pick up, like go from 2.3 miles an hour and the earth tilted and went to 5.7 miles an hour for that 30-second burst? I don't know. But it's pretty cool when you are in an area with lots of boats and you can see what's going on. You can actually see, you know, when they're biting, when they're not, slow period. I mean, heck, you got 50 people casting in one area, sure as heck you're gonna notice when they're biting and when they're not.
A little bit about using a crowd to your advantage there.
Mm-hmm.
There can be some good sides to being in a crowd. You know when the feed bag goes off. You can kind of time that and see what the pattern is to it.
One thing though, as I mentioned, that the flat gets flatter up here and the wind is coming that same direction. And I just caught him up on the shallow side. So actually, that could be, it may have pushed a lot of these fish and they might be up in there shallower than I had been catching them all week. So we might actually have to explore that. Which, you know, it's not blowing that hard, but I'm sure it's blowing it enough against that bank down there to just keep the water up a little bit more. Whenever you're dealing with current like this, you know, you got certain winds that will hold water in. So say you had an outgoing tide and the wind was coming in, you can have higher than higher tides than normal and lower than normal low tides just by wind. Wind affects tides so much, you know. You can have leftover wind, leftover tides from the day before. You know, it's like a game of chess, you know, when you're dealing with the moon and tides and ebb tides and highs and lows. It's like you gotta stay one step ahead. For example, if it was blowing, I don't know about that one. That was one of those iffy bites. They haven't been playing around with a swim bait when they bite it, but don't y'all forget, 12:30, I'm gonna go live on my Facebook page when they end it. That's when I think they're gonna bite.
Oh, nice tease.
No, we'll go live on Facebook instead of Instagram. I think I lost my train of thought. I was talking about something and I got distracted by that piece of grass.
Say it isn't so.
I know we were talking about tide, but what was I saying? I had an ADD moment.
Fishermen are prone to those, in case you've never noticed. You wouldn't believe this. Dudley mentioned chess there a minute ago. Dudley, a huge chess fan. Seriously, loves the game, plays it a lot. He's fascinated by the game of chess. He called me some time ago and directed me. I had no option to go watch a documentary about chess on a young man named Magnus, and it was a documentary about this chess player's climb. He's just a prodigy genius in chess, and this kid's climb to the top of the chess world because he can see moves before the moves happen. And so I watched it, and I was kind of floored just because the similarities between what Dudley talks about in fishing and chess they're side by side. Staying 2 or 3 steps ahead of your competition, seeing what your next move is, knowing what the competition's doing, and then counter punching against the competition. I can see the fascination that he has with the chess game. I think he also mentioned that his wife beats him a lot at that game, and that, as he puts it, that just fires him up, Bubba.
Biting unless it's on a slacker tide. And right now, with the southwest wind, I've already ruled that out for today because I already know that it is going to be the current, instead of the current coming in, I don't know, let's just say 2 miles an hour. Right now, I know the current's going to be coming in at, stronger, so I know that's going to put a damper on that situation. And this ain't the cleanest water at the river too, on the river. It's pretty stained in this little area. And even though you're only talking like 3 foot of water, you take clouds on a stained area, their visibility goes to hardly nothing, The last couple days have been sunny. We had good light penetration in this water right here. I was using a lot of neutral colors, like green pumpkins and stuff like that. But when you get clouds in on like, stained water, I mean, we all know black is best at night, right? So, I might have to switch up to some darker colors just so they can see it.
That's 2 river wizards right there, side by side, Monsour and Dudley. A lot of years of fishing river knowledge between those 2 guys.
This area we're coming up to right now, I got a GPS mark on it. This is that little one isolated circle patch that's got eelgrass in it, mixed in with it. this little patch has been holding some, but I don't know if it's high enough. See, eelgrass, I'll tell you something, eelgrass grows up off the bottom. Eelgrass grows up off the bottom, it fluffs up on the bottom. And it's not as coarse as, say, other grasses, but when you have eelgrass, it takes away at least, you know, a foot of the bottom. So, you know, we're only like 3.5 foot, so a foot of that is on the bottom. So really, they're not gonna feel comfortable in a low tide sitting over top that eelgrass because they really only have like that much water over them. That's what I say, you gotta, you know, wait for God's creation to do its deal. Wait for that tide to get up. It just makes them feel secure, you know? When you have little, not quite as much water over their back that, gosh darn it. There goes Cody Meyer running around.
I'd say that's some epic information from Dudley. I'm glad we're getting all the good stuff before 12:30 and before his live feed. I've learned about hamburgers, hot dogs.
That's about par.
Lawn
Pick up a bait, swim bait, catch
Pebbles.
a good one right away.
The tilt of the earth, I think he had
it's
that in
your
there
own
somewhere. There was some earth tilting going on.
And never get another bite.
And now the height of eelgrass and tide being up on top, which it's amazing how fish, even though you're talking about bass, I do a lot of red fishing down at the coast. When you get water up on a place, it's amazing how it brings fish up. They just, exactly what he's talking about. They feel comfortable and secure. When that water drops off the top of them, they're gone. They just don't, you know, they feel vulnerable, something's not right. Their upbringing since they were a little fry taught them there could be an eagle above that could snatch you out of the water, and, you know, you need some water in that. He did say that's why the high tide is the key on that spot right there.
I took that shirt off is because my arm was sticking to my shirt. It wasn't my arm wasn't getting sticky, it was actually sticking to my shirt.
Right now.
Here's Andy Young, who's jumped back up into the 4th spot here. He's a guy that's really been plugging along all day, and it's paying off. He's letting the fish come to him. He's just changing up things and working his isolated spots. And really, when we look at the limit we have for him in the studio here, he's got one fish that's pretty small right now still, so he's got some upgrading he can really still do.
Got a little pixelation on Andy here. Maybe it'll clear up. Once again, it's pixelated, but I can make out what stumps and wood targets look like back there. So that's pretty interesting. I like it anytime you see somebody doing something different.
Okay. Well, we're having a little flurry right now. I think in the last half hour I probably caught 5 or 6 fish, called up, and we're sitting with about the scale says we're sitting with about 14.5 pounds. So it's been a pretty good little flurry, and I hope we can keep it going, man. It's exciting. I got one that was just under 4 pounds and a couple of 2.5s. So It's exactly what I needed. Whoop, there goes my Cinco. Those Geary Yamamoto Cincos are soft, but boy, do they catch fish. It's worth it, man. That's what makes them so good. Ooh, come here. Okay. So yeah, I was having trouble getting hung up on all these logs and and stumps out here and stuff. I was fishing at Wacky, so I switched.
I want to hear what he said there.
Yeah.
Said he was started Wacky.
The fish holding the wood up here. And I think I can fit it tight. Yeah, so what I'm using.
Unfortunately, one of the things that goes along with getting live coverage out in the water, out in nature, is that you run into poor service every now and again. For some reason, it seems to happen when we go to anglers. You know, once we go away from Andy, it gets cleared up and everything's great. But I think once we get this thing going again, we'll stay with him a little longer.
I'll be happy.
Because he's really breaking down some good stuff, some slight little adjustments he's making, but obviously paying off.
I'm just guessing he went to a Texas rig, was where he was going.
All right.
And while we're working on getting a little better service, we're going to go back to a replay. And this is one of those fish he caught during the flurry he's talking about.
I think I saw where it came from.
Yeah, big old piece of wood sticking up.
Ooh. Woo! That's a nice one.
Yeah. Swallowed it. Cut the line.
I asked some of the guys about those guys catching fish off of hard cover and wood, and a lot of them, especially some of the more local experts, said that that's something that comes more in the fall. Once the grass starts to kind of die and go away, that hard cover targets, hard wood and stuff starts to become more of a player. Later in the season you get. But it's not stopping Andy.
Yeah, good for him to find something against the grain a little bit, something that's, you know, when you have all these locals that know what to key in on, sometimes that also puts little blinders on them that they're not going to go venture out and do things that are a little outside the box. We're getting a lot of comments on social media admiring Andy's shorts there. Definitely making that loud aloha statement there.
Yeah, you really can't fish these Cincos wrong as long as you fish them slow. You just let them do their own thing. When they fall, they shimmy and shake, and it's just a deadly, deadly bait. I think everybody already knows that, though. But one big one right here. Come on now.
Andy talking about the old death quiver of the Cinco is what we call that.
Oh.
That's what makes it so good. The less you do to the Cinco,
bumping wood down there,
the more it does what it's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to stay with Andy a little bit now that we got some reception, but we are coming up on our last commercial break. And then we'll be watching roughly our last 25, 30 minutes of live fishing. And then throwing it over to Chris Jones and the whole gang over at the weigh-ins. to see who gets to move on, to figure out who our top 10 are going to be, and then who our top 5 that are going to get some cameras tomorrow. Because I do think there's going to be some changes. We're going to see some new faces tomorrow that are going to be up there.
Yep. Which is kind of cool. You get a different, you get more.
High noon.
A broader look at the river, so to speak. If we had the same 5.
I think this is the highest tide of the day.
You get new guys that filter up there. And
not that matters all that much to me, so.
And we will be right back with some more coverage on Monsour, Burley, and even see if Dudley's found any hot dogs or burger fish. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have our last 30 minutes of coverage after the short commercial break.
Bring your mustard and ketchup.
There are easier ways to become a better angler. Join FLW today and take your fishing to the next level. Get the magazine, get on the water. Visit FLWfishing.com/membership to find out more.
The tools used to work hard have evolved through the years. They've helped us build nations, move mountains, drive ourselves harder. But one thing has never changed: the DNA of hard work, handed down from generation to generation to generation. That's why the DNA of our hardworking protection will always remain the same. Introducing the next evolution of hardworking protection. Shell Rotella.
The most versatile fishing machine on Earth. Unparalleled resolution and clarity, with more agility, lightning speed, and brute strength. HDS Carbon takes rapid response performance and screen technology to an all-new level. Maximized power, maximized visibility. See Structure Scan 3D, new dual chirp sonar, new live network sonar, and more mapping options, all at the same time and faster than ever before. Arm yourself.
It's the annual trip to Beaver Lake, and for some of the best anglers in the country, the weather has transformed this lake, and more rain is coming.
It came up 3 or 4 feet last night. There was fences in the water, docks underwater. It's changing minute by minute.
Who will ride out the storm and figure out the bass?
Total performance. Nowhere could it be more defined than in the Ranger Z series. With unparalleled advancements, these rigs are driven to dominate. Coupled with Evinrude E-Tech's unrivaled performance and up to 500 hours with no dealer scheduled maintenance, they're the ultimate fishing machines. The legendary leadership of the Ranger Z500 series. It's the kind of feeling nothing else can touch. Power your Ranger with Evinrude E-Tech.
The outboards that are changing everything. Get all the thrilling performance of an Evinrude E-Tech G2. Now from 150 to 300 horsepower.
Bass fishing's fun, but half of these tournaments is like a boat race, trying to beat everybody down the lake. And with that Evinrude E-Tech G2, it's like driving a Corvette. That thing is passing everybody.
And now, for a limited time, Evinrude's Run Fearless sales event includes 8 years of coverage on all E-Tech engines and accessories.
This is a whole other level. The G2 is awesome.
For details, visit evinrude.com.
Welcome back to FLW Live, everyone. This is our last segment of live coverage here. We're going to be leaving you guys at 12:30, but these anglers are still going to be on the water, finishing out the last few hours. And for you guys that want to see who moves on, want to see these things play out, head over to FLWfishing.com at 4 o'clock, and we'll see Chris Jones weigh everyone in and figure out who's going to be fishing Sunday and who's going to be watching FLW Live.
Bring them to me.
And now we got to look at Chris Johnston, who just finished out his limit. And that bumped him up unofficially to that 9th spot. So he's really a guy, he's on that bubble. And if he's able to catch a few more fish, cull up, he might be able to extend this tournament. And there you go, he heard me.
Looks like he's going to something a little slower.
Third time's a charm.
It wasn't the aggressive flipping like we saw him do earlier.
Mm-hmm. I think he's got a small fish in there.
Not pretty, but he'll help.
Yeah, it definitely helps.
Let's see what we got going on here. Maybe a little swimmer jig.
Now we're going to jump back to a replay of the fish he caught during the break, and this was to complete his limit. So this was definitely big for his day.
Yeah, we're really seeing the bite window kind of open up here. This is what they mean by flurries. You know, catching back to back like this, catching 2, 3, 4 in a row real fast. This is, you know, tides are coming in, and all week guys have said the noon on part of the day has been the best part of the day by far. So there's 2 back to back with Johnston. And I think you're going to see a little bit more of that here in the next hour or so.
And when you talk about the bite window, we have a unique vantage point watching this because we saw Andy go through his little bite window. He had a little flurry before he went on break, and now we're watching Chris Johnston get into a little bit of flurry as well. And you know, with this being tidal water, that tide moves up, that bite window moves on up, and we might actually be able to kind of witness these different anglers get into their bite windows at different times because they're located in different areas along the river.
He has changed up. I bring that up because he seemed so adamant earlier that he was just going to stick with that flipping jig and punching that stuff, and you know.
So that might be some kind of Straight King clamshell there.
Got a twin tail. Trying to look over his shoulder there a little bit.
All right. I just got into one little group of them here. They're not the right size, but I know you can get the odd decent one mixed in here. And I'm hoping to get some 2.5, 3 pounders and then go back and start flipping and try and get another big one. But it's been a really tough day and slow going. I'm sure some people are catching them pretty good, just haven't been able to get those couple good bites today. We're just going down the edge of this grass, throwing a swim jig right now. My best time was a low tide, and we're not going to get another low tide today. It's pretty well going to be high the rest of the day, so make it a little tougher, but you know the fish are still in there. Just got to find one and that's stupid enough to bite. The best, I don't think we're going to get it, but as soon as the tide stops coming up and then switches to go out, you got about a half-hour window. That's your best time, and you want to be on your best spot, but it's going to be so close to our check-in that I don't know if I'll be able to take advantage of it today.
Did he say the tide would get it out? Like we said?
Probably going to spend this afternoon in Mattawoman for the last couple hours. There's so many big fish released in there that it's probably my best chance of getting a big one today. A lot of my other stuff I think is pretty dried up.
Johnston part of some of our international representation in the top 20 today. Carl Joachimson from Australia as well.
The land down under. And having a good day. Barely made the cut at the 20th spot coming into today, and has put together a decent limit so far, and unofficially sitting in that 7th spot. So doing the things he needs to be doing.
I'm not eating it good. Just missed another one.
Love to listen to Carl talk. He's got that high energy Australian every now and then you have to stop and say, what did he say? But
it would be fun. It would be fun for him to move up to the top 5 spots, and we get to see some live Jacobson tomorrow.
Definitely not eating it good today.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Chris's brother, Corey, just missed the cut. Finished in 21st. Just a couple ounces away from having both Canadian brothers in the top 20.
Obviously some fun stuff. If you guys are in the area, there is our expo that starts at 12 o'clock. So that's probably just getting underway right now. All kinds of cool things for the, serious fishermen all the way down to the newbie, young anglers. Lots of cool stuff, little games and things for the youth to play. But then also a lot of the pros that are going to be there answering any questions and stuff like that. So if you're a local angler trying to learn some more about what these anglers have figured out over the last week or so, head on over there. You'll be able to learn something, have some fun, and then that will be followed by the live weigh-in at the same place. That's going to be at Smallwood Park. And once again, Chris Jones bringing home the excitement, exciting weigh-in as usual.
If you head over there, I see a lot of these people that come to the weigh-in to see these pros, and they're a little bashful about, you know, going up and saying hi to them, and you shouldn't be at all. These guys in this sport are some of the most approachable athletes that there are. They're some of the most friendly and accommodating people. They will tell you, you know, talk with you about fishing, answer your questions. So if you go there, you know, and you see, you know, some of our names we got there today, Dudley and Morgan and Cody Meyer, you know, say hi to those guys. I see that a lot, guys. Folks will come with their family and their kids, and they'll kind of stand back and just, you know, go get some pictures with those guys and ask them any questions you know, those burning questions that you have about fishing. Those questions never end. I, to this day, will see Andy at a tournament and ask him something about flipping. You know, those kind of things is what these guys know. Okay, Johnson's pulling on
Oh, he's
another
not
one
a
there.
giant. You're good.
The flurry continues for Johnson.
It's an upgrade.
You know what? While things are not wide open for him, it's very important that he keeps adding ounces to this limit and stuff, so that he still has a good position for tomorrow. Rob, you talking about these anglers are very approachable. They're very passionate. They love this sport and always trying to bring more people into it. Share that passion with other people, because that's something that's fun too. Is that you found something you enjoy so much, and that other people want to do it, and you have a way to help them out and learn more about it. And one of the events going on this week, which is really cool, if you're out in that area, if you're in the Brooklyn area, or the Brooklyn's Prospect Park is going to be the location for Hooked on Scouting. Interested? Okay. It's the Boy Scouts NYC Youth Fishing Event. So they're going to be putting on a derby. Zebco donated 500 rod and reel combos. There's going to be a bunch of people on site there teaching these kids the basics on fishing. It's promising to be a fun event. You know, Boy Scouts dedicated to you know, helping the youth learn about the outdoors and learn about all the fun you can have outside the house, away from the video games and away from the computer a little bit.
Johnson brothers, another fine example of some just very approachable guys. Just very nice. Just
Need a couple 3-pounders. I know there's a couple around here. They seem to be in this little sparser stuff where it's kind of clumpy.
again, I've already said this several times today. I think it's crazy that Tom Monsour is the master of the Mississippi, and Brian Schmidt is the master of the Potomac, and these guys just kind of like swap paths in these last two events. Schmidt went over there to Monsour's house, Potomac, I mean at the Mississippi River, and won that tournament. And I guess Monsour didn't like that too much.
Came back to his house.
Came over to Schmidt, who had a decent tournament. There was a lot of eyeballs on him. Ended up out of the cut, but still got a decent check. But you know, it's just the irony of that, and maybe it's an effect of the pressure. I know that when we headed to the Mississippi River, Tom Monsour was under the spotlight. Everybody, he's the man, he's the man, he's the man. And Schmidt kind of stuck in there and won. And now we come to the Potomac. I know I picked on Brian a lot, talked to him a lot. He was under a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation. And now Monsour repays his favor. So, but bottom line is both those guys, remarkable river fishermen.
Now, Rob, let's expand a little bit more on bite windows and how important the tide is. You know, we're going to leave live coverage at 12:30, but these anglers have a few more hours left. How much opportunity is left as we come to that high tide and a little bit of that swing, you know, as the tide adjusts, tide changes and everything? A lot of these anglers, they know there's another opportunity left in this day before they got to go weigh them all in.
Yep, good point. Chris Johnston kind of brought that up. These fish, we always talk about highs and lows, but what they really like is a turn. You know, it's been at the top, it's flush, and now it's going to start going the other way. There's something about that turning, that shifting of the ebb and flow that really turns a bite on. Same at the low end, when it's dead low and it turns a little bit to start to come first in. And Johnston just explained that there's going to be a turn in the tide that coincides with kind of the end of their day. Who can capitalize on that? It sounds like he has plans on doing it. I know Dudley is definitely, I don't think Dudley's done with his day yet. I mean, they got him down there with an estimated 10 pounds. I think he might have a little bit more than that, but Dudley's just one of those guys that pulls the rabbit out of the hat in the final few minutes based on some knowledge, you know, a turning of a tide, or one little spot he might have.
Yep, and with this being that tidal water that affects the fish feeding so much, it is very important not to get lulled, you know, oh, they're not biting. You've got to stay positive, so you've got to be ready. Chris talked about this earlier in the day. Be on your best water at the right times. You don't want to think the day is getting away from you, and then I don't know if I'm going to go to my spot. They don't see me biting. I have to do some new things. And you see Dudley, he's a guy that's confident. He's going to the areas that if they're going to bite, they're going to bite for whatever reason. If there wasn't enough pebbles, it wasn't going to happen. But he's going to make sure he's in those high probability areas at the right times. And like you said, we could probably see a big jump. Right now, he's all the way down to that 14th spot unofficially, but so he's gonna have to make up some ground. But with so much time and him, you know, obviously being a positive angler, reading the water, giving new presentations, he's got a great shot at jumping up real quick.
And Tom Monsour steadily plugging away. I mean, that is, you know, you've seen some streaky guys race up, fall back, race up, fall back. Monsour continues to chug and just slow and steady, and he could be the guy that wins the race.
And now, speaking of, here is some catches from today.
Love the way he winches them in there.
A little better.
And we got McMillan and Warren, you know, putting some huge bags together yesterday and today. But Monsour just steady does it, and he's not second guessing himself. He's just plugging away, and he keeps doing the same thing each day. He goes to his limit spot, and then he goes to his bigger fish area. And every single day that works, that's got to give him more and more confidence. You know, once he fished out his limit today at that new spot, he's got to go, okay, things are going well. They're going the way they need to be going, and that momentum carried over to his next spot, and he was able to upgrade a bunch of fish.
Yeah, I think Monsour might have a little bit more than what's on the board there, too. That's just a guess. Those three chunks that when he was doing his culling, those three that he threw over into the other well were And he even called them big ones. There's
Yes.
my 3 big ones.
And with chances are there's going to be another little flurry
That's
of
what we
fish
were
happening
saying
here.
yesterday. Catfish.
I would be surprised
Then it
if we
would be
didn't
a
see him
bass.
put a couple more big fish into the live well.
Come on, baby. Where are you? Oh, come on. Come on. That's the one I need. Oh, get in there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And it's
yeah,
fish
yeah,
like this that are going to keep him right in the spot he needs to be going into the final day. Right now, we got him out of that number 2 spot, but really it's a tight race. And a lot of anglers having to choose where they would want to be going into that final day is possibly that 2nd spot, but you know, just a couple ounces behind. They don't have that. They don't have the pressure of that 1st place spot, but not really out of it either. So
it would be if Warren ends up leading after the day, I think it would be a new place for him. I mean, leading a tour event. Monsour's led tour events before. It's nice. You can see there's not much that rattles him, but Chad, a younger guy in the game, and first time leading a tour event, going into the final day, that could, you know, work on, find out what kind of nerves he's got.
And this is our last look at the leaderboard. These guys, all these 11th through 20th, they've got to figure out some stuff in the last couple hours when we leave here because if they want to be fishing tomorrow, if they want to be trying to get that possible $125,000 that's going to be crowned by Chris Jones tomorrow, they've got to make some adjustments. They've got to find one last little flurry and move into that top 10 spots. But guys, this is where we are going to leave our audience. We're going to leave the live coverage. And if you guys want to see how this thing ends up and who's getting to move on, you're going to have to tune back in, same place, FLWfishing.com, and watch our live coverage that we're going to pick back up at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are going to be picking things back up at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow morning with more live coverage for the final day. However, we have a special treat tomorrow as well. We're going to have our television coverage of the Beaver Lake event. We're going to watch McCombs have that amazing tournament fish. It was a pleasure watching him fish, and then to finally cap it off with not that many fish. I don't want to ruin too much for people that haven't seen it, but that's at 6 a.m. Eastern Time on NBC Sports. So for you guys that are going to be up early and want to watch that before the show starts, make sure you do that. If you're not going to be up at 6 a.m. or if you're on the West Coast, and that's very early, 3 a.m., make sure you TiVo that tonight because that is an amazing event, great show. And once again, that'll be tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. But for all you guys that want to see who wins this event, we will see you guys tomorrow at 8:30 with more live coverage of our last tour event of the 2017 FLW season. We are going to see some more fish catches. Going to see some fun stuff tomorrow. Make sure you are here. This is Travis Moran and Rob Newell saying we will see you mañana.